know this to be true. Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
I mean, just what you're doing now is exactly what I described earlier. Like, you're gonna shut down because you know you have no reply. You know you're gonna look stupid if you try to disagree with me. So instead, you're gonna pretend like, yeah, this is just not worth engaging this.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's like, see, it's funny because you really want to put on this act of, yeah, this is just not something I'm interested in pursuing. And it's so clear that it's forced because since the moment you've said this, you have not butted out of the conversation. Just like you want to be in this conversation and continue it so badly that like you rejoin it every 15 seconds. So just I know your motivations are not what you say they are, and I think you confuse yourself regarding them because you're not honest even with yourself. And now because like I pointed this out, just to like try to undermine what I'm saying, right? Just to like, you know, again confuse people and to lie to yourself, you will stay on mute and you will not re-engage. But in fact, this is a change, and it's a change because what I'm saying is accurate.
It appears that
remember like a minute ago, where just like every word I say, Nick felt the need to say, no, that's not it. But like once I pointed out that he does actually want to talk to me, and he's just lying to himself and like to the room. Now he's actually quiet. Now he actually muted.
What was your question?
Well, right now I have a question. Right now I'm just making a point about Nick's behavior.
Okay, we're grumpy at Nick.
And see, I think what's going to happen is Nick is probably going to pretend like he stepped away, and that's why he went silent.
Why do we care about any of this? What's going on here?
I mean, who is we?
They're just trolling. That's all he's doing.
Like, why do you care? I don't know. Maybe you don't care. I think some people in the audience care. I care.
You asked a question. I didn't hear any of this. You asked a question. Nick answered it. You didn't like the answer. Exegete was clarifying. Now we're upset at Nick.
I asked a question tonight. We tried talking about it. Then Nick, like, entered the conversation. I gave a reply to Nick, and then he got like really upset, threw a fit, and then he pretended like when I pushed him, I'm like a troll, and that's why he's disengaging. And despite, you know, his like very strong commitment to me just being like below contempt and below, you know, just being worth engaging with, he couldn't keep himself away from my conversation.
Okay, that's fine. I understand that Nick has deeply disappointed you today. What else?
But I answered your question. Like you asked me what happened. I'm saying it's not that I asked the question and Nick answered.
Okay.
I clarified what happened.
I get it.
Right, and Sasha even said that from Romans 1 that it seemed somewhat ambiguous. So that's why I said they get the concept, and he conceded that reading this Romans 1 seems somewhat ambiguous. No, I disagree, and I can disagree, but now it's upon him to be like, okay, well, this is why it's ambiguous. But that's why I said to get the background on it, you need that Old Testament historical context, which he conceded, and he stated that, okay, yeah, you bring in certain hermeneutics when you understand the New Testament or any text for that matter. Okay, so having the historic, contextual hermeneutic of the Old Testament and understanding the Old Testament laws, especially the one that is absolutely exhaustive in Leviticus 18, unless you really have that, when you come in Romans 1, you really won't understand the grasp. And though I agree that the text itself is very plain, but that's because I have the Leviticus 18 in the background and the Old Testament context. But if you don't have that, you come into Romans 1, you can make an argument that this is somewhat ambiguous. I understand what is being said. It's an epistemic question.
Obsidian here, I'm going to invite you up. Not sure what you think Zionism is. Zionism is our right to live safely and securely in our homeland, and it's not negotiable. So if you want to say we should be free from living safely and securely in our homeland, that's not on the table. Send the Gazans to Sinai. Well, that might be
That's the
necessary.
question, like, I mean, it's right there. I never understood that. And there's so much land, so much available space, and during this rebuilding period, why wouldn't Egypt allow them to be in Sinai, which is right there? It's their, you know, it's a natural path to just go straight to Sinai.
I think there's two reasons, and we know what they are. The two reasons are, number one, that they are incredibly subversive and nobody wants them because they tend to undermine whatever place they go to. And I just point out Jordan, where they tried to kill the king, and Lebanon, where they occupied southern Lebanon with weapons. And then we had to go and get them out. And Kuwait, where they were offered asylum, I guess you could say, or safe haven, and they turned against their hosts. When Saddam from Iraq attacked Kuwait, they sided with Saddam. They sided with the enemy, and they were kicked out by the hundreds of thousands. So this is why people don't want them anymore. I'm going to read what Obsidian is saying here. So let them have Hamas, and you have whatever you want. No. And the reason why Obsidian is because Hamas is violent and aggressive and inhuman, monstrous, barbaric, savage, brutal, okay? These are accurate descriptions. After their behavior, they can be allowed nowhere near nice people. They have to go. They're the minimum price that they pay for what they have done is to be held accountable by any reasonable judge. They must be held accountable for what they have done. That's non-negotiable. And at minimum, they have to leave.
So is he making the argument Hamas should still be there? Would this dude make the argument that the Allied troops should have just let the Nazis stay in Germany, or the Imperial Japanese just stay ruling Japan? Like, just curious if he thinks that would have been a good idea for the Allied troops to just let them stay in power. Is that what he's thinking?
I don't think this person is from the West, and I think they're drawing a moral equivalence between, and I know they are, between Zionism and Hamas. And there is no moral equivalence there. That's absurd. Why is it ridiculous? Come up. I don't want to have to answer them all. I guess I can.
Yeah, but this person, does he think that it would be a good idea for the Allies to just let the Nazis there? Or does he understand when there's evil and when there's a problem with the Khmer Rouge? Would that be a good idea? area, which has, I believe, Bethlehem, Ramallah, Hebron, Jenin, Jericho. Yeah, take a look at who lives there, who controls it, and the voting, and then tell me how Israel has anything whatsoever to do with what happens in Area A, where all those cities are, and then put your point in.
I mean, the point that Abby is making is worth repeating, I think. Yes, Palestinians vote in their area, and Israelis/Jews vote in our area. And I mentioned Jews because there are no Jews in Palestine, because we have been expelled. There are almost no Jews in the entire Muslim world, our neighbors, and again, because we have been expelled. So yes, we vote in our country, Israel, and they vote in whatever government they have been able to set up. In this case, as Abby points out, under the Palestinian Authority or Area A. So that's the answer. City. Yes, they have the right to vote. And by the way, they have not that they haven't voted in what, 2 decades? And the reason why is because it's understood that the Palestinian Authority is corrupt, and they would lose if they held an election, and the Palestinians would elect Hamas again, and then Hamas kills the Palestinian Authority. They massacre them. So these are some conflicts that Palestinians have to resolve if they want to have self-governance. But for the record, Israel has no interest in governing them. Thank you for your questions. You're still there, Obsidian, and you can also, I'm going to invite you up to talk, invite to speak. I appreciate your questions in the chat, and we can discuss it verbally too. It is an audio app. Abby, this podcast that you sent me, are you still here? Abby has moved on. At any event, Obsidian can't join right now, but maybe later. Okay, Obsidian. Abby sent me some podcast about how we are, well, that there's a conflict on how to understand history. And it's an interesting point. You know, they say history is written by the victors. And of course it's true. It doesn't mean we can't tell the other side, by the way. Just because history is written by the victors doesn't mean that it is inherently unfair, you know? So where are we at here? Another question from Obsidian. Thanks, but I don't speak. Okay, well, I understand Obsidian, and I know you're taking the side of Hamas. Let's see, you don't speak, you just use BS in the chat. Okay. Okay, Harry. Now I lost my train of thought. I was trying to have too many conversations at once. There's no moral equivalence between Hamas and Israel, or Hamas, or Zionism. Zionism is our Western democratic expression of the right of an indigenous people, the Jews, to live safely and securely in our homeland. And as such, as a pluralistic society, as we often mention, 20% of whom is Arab, that enjoys full and equal rights of participation in the democratic process, as a full and equal democratic society, there is no equivalence to a totalitarian, authoritarian, militaristic terror cell like Hamas. think it's time that we listen to them. So when somebody tells you that they want to kill you, it's time for us to listen to them and to respond appropriately and not to pretend that, well, if we're nice to them, they're going to be nice to us, which was our old model. We literally used to say, well, if we just give them this, they're going to be nice. Well, if we just give them that, they're going to be nice. No. The Palestinians took the side of the Nazis in World War II. Okay? That's literal. They literally worked with and for the Nazis. The Palestinians then followed Yasser Arafat after in the 60s with the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, which is a Soviet-style terroristic movement that initiated hijacking civilian airplanes. That means you get on the plane, and now you've got people with machine guns who telling the plane has to go to Cuba, and you're being held hostage, or Uganda, as you can remember perhaps from the famous Entebbe incident in which the IDF had to rescue kidnapped Jews on a civilian airliner. And that's when the PLO didn't just slaughter Israelis, slaughtered Jews, just Jews. So these are the leaders that the Palestinians have followed. Following Yasser Arafat, a terrorist from Cairo, his name is not Yasser Arafat, it's like Abdul Rahman. I can read you his name, so that wasn't his name, and he wasn't Palestinian, he was Egyptian. Now they follow Hamas, whose charter says they want to kill every Jew on the planet, and every Christian. So that's who we're up against. We're up against people who want to destroy anybody that's not like them. It's the heart and soul of racism. Let me read what somebody's writing in the chat. History is written sometimes by hypocrites, like the history of Tabari in Islam. No, not necessarily the victims and victors. Okay, fair enough. Mahrad Atlasi, fair enough. Norma is so good. Thank you, Or. Your name is Light. That's a beautiful name. Thank you for saying that, Or. I'm glad we appreciate it. Thank you, my brother Moshe, and Shabbat Shalom. I wish you a magnificent Shabbos. I hope to share the peace of Shabbos tonight. So let's all pray. And since you're reminding me, if there are any Jewish guys within earshot, I encourage you to put on tefillin because we need it. And thank you for sending me a flower, Mahrad Alashi. Beautiful, thank you. Welcome always, amen. Thank you, Or. And here's my brother Randy arriving. It looks like he's arriving. Oh, there you are. Well, you want to come up and share, Randy? Here we go. What's up, yo? Boker Tov. Well, that's just the first date. You don't want to turn her off. Randy, congrats. I'm glad that you're willing to date somebody who might be a little older than you. That's fine. You guys just go for coffee on the first day? Oh, impressive. I mean, do you want to stay where you're ready to we like there in Chicago? Yes. Oh, really? is that her to-go box?
Yeah, I get that. I guess the restaurant makers for something to go. It's okay. That's right.
She looks really happy.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be forward or anything, but do you have your hand on someplace there? I don't think.
I got my hand.
Wow. Well, no, it's fun. To be text me back channel where you were, I won't say it aloud. Have a feel. Does it begin with an H?
Just say it, we can try it.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, your answer is yes.
Okay.
And that looks well.
I'm stopping. I'm trying. It's a great zone. It's Hoboken. I know. Hoboken. We all know where it was, but I won't put it into words. Dude, you couldn't resist flexing. I love it. Look at it. He got it out of the bag.
You know, I don't want people to feel like, oh, I'm just not caring. I don't care.
He could have said fire island.
It doesn't begin with an H. Or it could have been hot dog. You could have said hot dog, Randy.
I could have said Hempstead.
I could have said Hempstead.
Moving on. Number one, I negotiated one secret German guy, and he wasn't that big. The other driver, like, we were nervous about.
Wow. Doing double duty, not the driver and the secret service.
And I'll stay for no problem. They worked in England. They worked in the apartments.
Well, that can come up at the next election. I hope you took photos.
Entitlement. It's still there. You know, it's not like later, but it's something. You know,
It's not the did you did you ask her for her email address? Really? Did you get my email?
She has a Hotmail account. Do a second name.
Was there a line?
this way to be pretty much at the restaurant, we can see that, which is running anyway. And,
Only one or two. Where did you? Okay, you ate it. You want to say? You might as well say where you ate. Since you said
the restaurant called Clarissa.
Clarissa.
Clarissa, yeah, that's the, or let's say maybe pretty much. So we know where, it's kind of the pioneer in the fields. But the first thing I learned in their apartment was that, certainly the way to take the car. The people who already, so that people, they get very money.
Well, you know.
Well, I was thinking, you know, my direction on it, I was thinking, I thought, wow, you know, my father, so happy for being here, which is so happy to see, you know, down there, things are great. You know, that's nothing all happening here.
Hobnobbing with the masters of the universe.
This was things that they didn't quite properly, and I have to admit, it's emotional. What else you want to say about it?
Did anybody notice in 90s PTRs, you saw like a size 22 foot?
We're commenting on like that's the main comment that they almost women that are used like, well, I have a size 12 book. But somehow the ankle is big to look like a 20-inch book. Yeah. But, you know, so maybe that's why she wanted to talk to me.
Well, it would be difficult to push you over. There's no pushover, Randy.
Unless I keep my chair as bad as the guy.
think that's a requirement. No question.
So anyway, that's not gonna be able to do that. It's going to be all over total.
Good shots.
Good Shabbos. You know what? I can share this with I won't even name the person that we had dinner with a little while ago, Randy, but he'll be interested. I'll mention who it is. I'm saying there's a person that I'm related with who we had dinner recently. Tell you like that. Yeah. So I'm going to share it with them.
Okay. Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Their loved one. All right, Randy. Good content. Good content.
I'm gonna be up a little while I get ready to get up. I have to.
Yes. Yes. So the breaking news is that our friend Randy is dating Hillary Clinton, which I think is appropriate. And those are the kinds of people that hang out in our safe space for Jews. World leaders like Randy and Hillary. I think they're a beautiful couple.
Those Bill Clinton. Is that really Hillary Clinton? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it is. It is. But I mean, I'm interested to know what kind of food she took away with her.
And was it kosher? It was her emails.
There were a few emails.
That's a very dangerous girlfriend to have.
Why is that?
You better be polite, because of the rumors of the Clinton body count. You've never heard of the Clinton body counts?
We better warn Randy.
Randy better use protection in more ways than one. I think he likes the excitement, Randy. It's sort of a pro for him. I was actually out in EH for the past almost 2 weeks.
Very nice.
It's so beautiful out there. There's nothing like it.
I never agree.
I actually did a charity event with the SAG Cinema. I don't know if you're familiar with them.
Very familiar. They've been doing charity events for like the last 5 years or something.
It's a funny story. I actually, who I met at that event? I met a producer who, her business partner is Zoran Mondani's mother.
Yeah, Mira, what's her name?
She's Zoran's godmother. Well, the mother, I'm not sure of her name. I don't know if I'm saying it or not, but she is Zoran.
Mira Nair. I believe in that. She's got a couple of Academy Award nominations, I think, for these winning films.
And she, one of her most recent things was something on HBO, which was a movie about Henrietta Lacks, I think. But it was all your types of people, or it was all movie people. It was kind of cool. A lot of agents, PR people.
Interesting. I mean, is the Santa Barbara Cinema in any kind of shape now? I mean, I remember the fire was years ago. They still haven't raised money to fix it up. Or did they fix it up?
They fixed it up, but it still needs some help, I think. But they raised a lot of money that way, too.
I've seen so many movies there. By the way, it was usually empty when I went to see a movie there.
Yeah, we went to a movie there. We watched this movie. It's kind of like a horror. It's like called Weapons.
but yeah, people are recommending it. Do you recommend it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fun movie. A lot of like jump scares. I don't particularly like how it ended, but it was good. I recommend it. I think it might be an A24 movie.
Right. My kid is recommending it to me.
Yeah, it's fun. I'm like a horror connoisseur, so I wish the ending. Well, I guess you know.
Don't say anything.
It actually wasn't bad. I'm getting it confused with another movie that I watched that weekend as well called Bring Her Back.
Yeah.
And that's another horror, which I was very unhappy with the ending, but also pretty good. So both those movies, if you like horror, Bring Her Back and Weapons.
You know what I watched with my kid the other day? Because he's working on something similar, Dressed to Kill. Have you seen that film by Brian De Palma? I mean, it's considered a big film.
No, I didn't see that film, but I did meet De Palma's kid at this time.
No kidding.
Because wasn't De Palma married several times, right? Like,
For sure. I mean, that's normal, I think, for Hollywood.
And I think one of his wives, who might be an agent or in the industry, was there as well. He did. What did De Palma do? Scarface.
That might be his most famous. He did Blowout, Scarface. He did a Vietnam film. I have to think about the name. With Matthew Modine. Wait, let's look at his filmography for a second, because there was a minute in which he was one of the big three Italians, De Palma, Scorsese, and Coppola, but then he fell off. Then Coppola fell off, and Scorsese is the last man standing. Let me look up. I'm sure I'm forgetting something important that he did. He kind of fell off with On Fire of Humanity. That was his big fail. That just went to pieces. That was sort of sad. Brian De Palma's still around. Let's see. His children are Piper and Lolita. You know which one you meant? He never won an Oscar. Am I still audible?
Yeah, you're all. Yeah, sure.
Okay. But there's a lot of forgettable films in here. Let's see. The Fury. I don't think I saw it. Dressed to Kill is one of his big. Alright, so, okay. Oh! I forgot some important stuff. Okay. I forgot The Untouchables, which was a big hit. Really good film. Really good. The Vietnam film that was a fail is Casualties of War, unfortunately. Okay, I'm forgetting some important stuff. Body Double is a very weird one, which I recommend. A weird horror film. I don't want to say too much. Just check it out is all I can say. I'm going to double check and make sure I'm thinking of the same one. And then he did Carlito's Way is very well regarded. Very well regarded.
I love Carlito's Way.
That's a good film. A very New York-y film with Jose Guzman and with Pacino, right?
Correct.
Oh,
You know, French Connection.
he didn't direct that though. That's William Friedkin. And he did very well with Mission Impossible. That was a really good comeback for him in '96. I think it was the first Mission Impossible. And then he did Mission to Mars, which I didn't see even. He did The Black Dahlia in 2006, which I didn't see.
So De Palma's wife that was at this event was Gail Hurd.
Okay.
She's a producer. She did Terminator, Aliens, Armageddon, The Walking Dead.
Wait a second, I think he did Carrie. He did Carrie. Okay, now that really put him on that. I forgot that too.
That's great. I love Carrie.
Carrie is lovable. killed? Let's see, body double. I really don't even remember. I guess I didn't see. Erotic thriller. Yeah, he went into the world of erotic thrillers for a while. Well, I think what I remember about
big fan of.
who?
I'm curious your opinion on Cronenberg out of Canada.
Oh yeah, he's considered a master. Look, we emptied the room. This always happens when we start talking, like, inside. They people all, whether it's film or books or movie, some sort of music, with Randy. The room empties out. It's kind of funny. You can get it down to just two people.
Well, Randy's passes in music, correct?
Yeah, but it's also music for film. There's a long list of people who never win an Oscar but deserve one.
You know who's someone that should be on the lookout for? Who I think what I was kind of hearing is an up and comer who's going to be a star. Richard Gere has a son. His name is Homer Gere, and I don't think he's really done anything yet, but he's going to be breaking out in a big way.
Well, that's good. I mean, I didn't know you were that involved in the industry, and I'm glad to hear it. We have a lot to talk about. I don't think we ever really talked about it, but I will say that I see that Richard Gere has been blacklisted by China because of his advocacy, because then he became kind of a Buddhist and a meditator, and he cannot work because China won't let him work in this country. That's how much pull China has. That's sort of interesting. So Homer may have to change his name, or maybe they will realize that he's Richard Gere's son. I don't know. No one wants the kids. I don't know what that means. Audiences are not enjoying those films. I don't know which films you mean, but you can come up and tell us, Craig. Oh, the kids and the actors. Well, it depends. Look at Ben Stiller. Ben Stiller's having an unbelievable career. And he's a Hollywood kid. So sometimes the kid can even surpass the parent, Look at Michael Douglas, the son of Kirk Douglas, So there are some exceptions. I'm not trying to be contrarian, but there are. It is possible. True Barrymore,
Sorry, I lost my bar. So I'm not really involved in the industry. I have a good friend, one of my best friends, who's really pretty high up with an agency. But it seems like an industry I would enjoy being part of for sure.
Want to have a conversation. It's a lot of work. Ben Stiller is now. So.
He's on the phone he's on the phone nonstop. You can't even really enjoy hanging out with him because he's just taking calls all day, every day.
Is he an agent?
Yes.
Was the big firm?
The best. And his clientele.
With Endeavor?
Correct.
Yeah, I've been represented by them.
We'll talk offline, and I'll tell you more about him and who he grabs, but it's pretty impressive.
Do you work
He had, no, I don't. But there could be some opportunities for me to do some things for him in the future.
Say it again.
I said there might be some opportunities for me to do some things for him in the future.
Cool. Well, they do things differently. Maybe we'll just talk offline. I'm thinking Hollywood. I won't say more. Anyway, Mickey, what's going on? I'm glad you came up.
One second.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So did you know that? Sorry, I'm just fixing things in the office here. Did you know that Tarantino wrote a 10-episode miniseries, which is a spin-off that continues the story of Cliff Booth. And Brad Pitt fell in love, madly in love with it. But Tarantino just wasn't up for the task to do a 10-episode miniseries. So what Brad Pitt did is he took it to David Fincher, his good friend, because they did 7 together. He took it to David Fincher, and they're actually in production right now. They're doing a miniseries for Netflix, 10 episodes about the life of Cliff Booth, and David Fincher is directing.
That's interesting. I feel like Fincher may have done Mindhunters as well. I mean, when they say they're directing, he does the first one or two.
He's the creator. He's the creator, and he did the first and last episode. He's like a fucking master. I consider him one of the masters.
There's no question about it. It's interesting though that Tarantino is even bigger. I think Tarantino can, like, okay, I'm not doing television yet, you know, because he's Tarantino, and he's like up there, I think, at the pinnacle with Paul Thomas Anderson. You know, they're like neck and neck.
That's his move. He's just not saying it yet. You know, he keeps talking about this 10th and final film. He's doing these plays, but it's obvious. He already has a contract with the franchise of Star Wars to do a Star Wars series for Apple TV. That they were going to start earlier, but then it's on hold. But they're still holding on to that contract. So he's still signed on to do that, even though there's no set date. But it's obvious that that's his next big move. He's gonna go into television.
You watched the Conversation with Bill Maher?
Yes.
Yeah, me too. So that's
Great
really
conversation.
really cool, and it directed me to pun intended, to his book, Cinema Speculations, which I'm listening to now. And you know the book?
Yes.
Well, I'm going through Don Siegel now. In fact, I think I started, I have to go see if I bought it, fell asleep. I started Dirty Harry again last night.
Yeah, he's like an encyclopedia, and he makes you want to watch all these movies, and he motivates you to do so. It's great.
And Don Siegel never really got any attention as an auteur, right? He was like a journeyman filmmaker. And now just looking at Dirty Harry, I see how wonderfully the scenes are directed. In fact, you know, usually not usually, but often when I'm watching a film, I can figure out how they did something. And it's interesting to me to learn from them as a filmmaker. But I'm looking at some of the action sequences of Dirty Harry, it's like, wow, I don't even know how he did that. And wow, I never would have thought of that, you know. But again, that's after Don Siegel having done, 30 films or something. Look at so many films and so many genres.
And doing those amazing moves back then was much more complicated. You know, they're the ones that invented them. You know, they didn't have the capability that directors have today. It's like that's why Hitchcock is so impressive. You know?
That's a really good point.
Yeah. So what's up with you, Norm? How you doing? Where you at? New York City?
At the moment, yeah, I've been like almost non-stop traveling.
Nice.
Yeah.
I just spent 6 weeks in Israel.
Oh, that's so great. That's so great. I was there in April, maybe you heard me say.
I remember. I was hoping we would connect, but I couldn't. 3 flights were canceled. I had a flight right before the Iran attack.
Yeah.
Oh, you were gone by then, right?
Yeah.
You were gone by then. Yeah. I had
But the Lucy sent me something commercial delivery. And somehow, minty to that. Yeah. This is where I am. I'm walking the streets of Tel Aviv. And I'm over by the old cemetery from the cholera epidemic across from Chabad. I was heading to Chabad. I hear the sirens, and I'm like in New York, just shelter, and I had never done it. And then I got to the airport, and the package that was supposed to me had landed next to the airport.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that. Huge crater.
Yeah. Yeah, big. I wonder if they were sending a message knowing that it would hit next to the airport, or if they were trying to hit the airport. That would have been sort of sad.
I doubt they have that precision. They aim for the airport, and I think so. They shoot ballistic missiles. So I think that wasn't intercepted because they knew that it would fall in a place that was just like grass. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know. I could be wrong.
And all you sound correct. It sounds correct. It's a little scary. And usually,
When you're dealing with only one missile, which is generally speaking, most of these they only have the capacity to shoot one missile at a time. It's every single missile that they shoot is shot down. The only time they ever managed to successfully strike Israel was with that drone, like a year ago, a drone that went through into Tel Aviv. It was flying very low. It went unnoticed, crashed into an apartment block and killed a guy. That was the only time they managed to. But so when it's only one missile, it's very, very unlikely that they can shoot it down. So I guess they just decided to save the cost and let it fall in the grass, and maybe study it and see what kind of missile it was.
very interesting. Those are interesting points, Mickey. You're making me miss you because of the way you think and the way we're talking about things now.
Are you planning on coming? I actually need to speak to you about some very big developments that have happened that we discussed in our last conversation when you were here. But are you planning on coming? Are you planning on coming Europe or Israel anytime soon?
Yeah, I'm going back and forth nonstop, really. Yes.
Nice.
I usually, I'll usually start off in England, and then and then use that as my base. I'll get over my jet lag, and hang out, maybe go to the countryside, or we went back to Spain, in fact. We didn't go to Barcelona. We went to Mallorca.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You're working on that thing here with the Netherlands, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's going well. And there's other stuff we just started up as well. So, that's exciting. So yeah, and I also feel like, I don't want to say should, but this is a time when, I don't want to say Israel needs me, but this is a time when I feel like if I can offer something to help, then I want to do it, because this is a critical time.
I think we all feel like that on some level.
Yes.
I didn't have any Israel film projects going on or in the books before October 7th. Now I have 3, It's like, it's completely unexpected, It's completely changed everything.
Well, we're just talking that a friend of ours is working on an October 7th book. A historian, so there's going to be a lot of film opportunities. Yeah, but I'm not going to talk about it in here. But somebody that everybody knows.
Yeah, we'll catch up.
Yeah, let's have a phone call.
We'll do,
At least.
Yeah, we'll do a phone call. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm totally open, and I miss you.
Same here, Norm.
Yeah. So let's see what's happening in the chat here. Craig Feeb, I don't really know. Oh, they're still talking about how the kids are not as talented as the parents. Well, but this made me think of Ben Stiller. Were you here when we were talking about Ben Stiller? were you here? We're talking about you were here?
Yeah.
So did you watch Severance?
I did not, actually. I haven't had the time, but yeah, everyone's raging about it. It's supposed to be really good.
Well, I think really from a directing point of view, if you can, I don't want to tell you what to do, but I really recommend it I think it's a tour de force of directing. I think it's really a breakthrough. But both for television, I think it really, I think it's an advancement of the medium, frankly. And it's just really good storytelling and really good directing. I mean, they're the same, but they're also different. I mean, both from a sort of a filmic and aesthetic point of view. I don't know, do you ever feel the conflict between making it beautiful and telling the story? Do you ever think about those two? I mean, are they competing to you?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I started in commercials and music videos, so everything was about making it pretty.
Yeah.
And the storytelling was where I was maybe the weakest when I started making films.
Yeah.
So then it's this constant battle of, okay, what looks great, and you're just constantly thinking about the look and the music and the sound, but you're not focusing enough on the story. And then you start realizing that the story is the most important thing, and the fact that you have the advantage of later being able to make it pretty and look good and sound good, that comes second. And it's a constant battle.
Well, it's very interesting because compare it just because his latest thing after dealing with Tarantino and cinema speculations. Tarantino of Tel Aviv, whose son is Leo, we should point out, right?
Yeah.
Just to say that we're all on the same topic here. And his affection for Don Siegel. And maybe for Tarantino too, especially in the last film, Once Upon a Time. It is beautiful, there's no question, and there's Margot Robbie, who is just ravishingly beautiful. But you're not thinking in terms of, it's not like a European approach. You're not thinking of just how gorgeous this is and what a painting this is, And in the case of Don Siegel, going back and looking, it's amazing in terms of the direction. You're not thinking, oh, this is beautiful, but you are thinking, this, now that you look at it with the eye of a director, when I watched Dirty Harry,
What we call walls and cells and stuff like that, it actually form sometimes naturally through the processes. So it's not clear to me that it's impossible for a protein to co-opt something. To say, hey, a protein finds itself in a bubble, and then you start the race, and then you just have to wait a few million years for like a few thousand mutations, combinations, experiments, basically.
Not a clear way either, but we haven't seen it.
So here's the problem. So like the guy who built that computer, he can basically make anything because understand that movie. So Lee Cronin, look him up, Leecronin. And this thing called molecular assembly index. And with that, you can know what order the molecules have to come together. This is the key point because if you understand. Normally you use entropy, right? And say, hey, look at the combinations. And you look at the combinations page, it's so hard.
I believe in
Okay, well, either you use entropy or you use molecular assembly, right? There's various metrics, but normally it was thought to be such a large computational space, but it turns out it's not. Because there's self-selection bias. Like the geochemistry was already in the combination.
Well, I think this conversation is going on, Jonas, because he's giving you explanations and references, and you just keep saying, well, we haven't seen that, so maybe it's just a topic for a different time.
Thank you. Actually, that's a great observation. I should have noticed that a minute ago.
I have a real quick question. Do you think this is the Kruger effect?
What is that?
Denny Kruger. Jonas. And also, he has in one of his hot takes that says, who is the most logical, ChatGPT and other AIs? That was a poll he actually took.
probably didn't have common sense. He'll get that many kids.
Yeah, sycophantic behavior too.
That ChatGPT today, if people don't look at that ChatGPT like a pathogen and they look at it like a person, they're likely to make very costly mistakes. So,
Also, moderators, if you guys want to know how to get rid of the nothing else, we figured out if you play about 30 seconds of copyrighted music, they have to leave so they get their account clipped if they're live streaming. Moana, you're welcome.
Oh, that's interesting. Good tip.
Alright, let's play some AC/DC.
Looks great, yeah. It's playing lightly in the background, so it's copyrighted that you're playing.
Oh, yeah.
Category.
Yep.
That's brilliant.
And if they're live streaming, they get their account clipped out over so many times.
Yeah, that's true. Especially if you're streaming on YouTube.
We're like Taylor Swift, I'll tell you that, because we've been live streaming a lot. They're believe and they don't like Taylor.
So he's not coming in here on an anonymous account because he's welcome in this house. So that's not the concern.
Who, John?
Correct.
Oh no, John's, I don't think John's online right now.
No, but whoever's down there, there's one of our friends because they're in the friend zone and they belong to the house.
Yeah,
I don't know. This one has like that.
I'm not sure if that's gonna work. I love Taylor Swift. I think it's all the time.
What?
Oh no, John is at his setup right now.
Is that what you use, Poochie, to keep your nut milk factory going? Sick.
You know, it's just like where you're gonna start your
Factory employees keep them
Yeah, I'm in summer room soon. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you should start your
healthy mix of Taylor Swift and Coca Colette.
Yeah, Taylor Swift is the Muzak in the Nut Factory.
I just hear a guy, good morning, bro. I hear a guy say he like Taylor Swift. What the, yeah, what's up, KP? I don't know, I just heard a guy say, I'm lost. What's going on here? She owns a nut milk factory, so my mind got blown with that one.
Hey, are you interested in visiting Gucci's Nut Factory? That's the question.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
Are you interested in visiting Gucci's Nut Factory?
When you're in the book. We start talking about visiting Gucci's
Yes,
Nut
no,
Factory.
Gucci has a nut factory, and he accepts visitors. And since you're new to the room, I was asking if you're interested in visiting his nut factory.
I'm good.
There's also nut butter, you know.
You get a free Taylor Swift CD too. Yeah, you can listen to Taylor Swift in a nut factory. Nah, I'm good, bro.
That would be oh my god.
That's a porn movie. It sounds like a porn.
I would go to Planters. I would go to Planters factory, not to no Gucci nut factory. Nah, man, it's a black-owned business, bro. You gotta support a black. No, sir. No, sir.
On the internet, can you go from quantum physics and science and UFOs to fucking nut factories?
There you go.
Gucci's nut factory.
Shout out to the muff. Let's go. Let's go, motherfucker. Let's go. Over the buzzer, man.
It's a black oven beer lips.
That was some real nuts in the mouth right there.
Wait a minute. If they like nuts, are they, what do you call them? Nigger toes?
No.
You can't say that anymore.
My grandfather.
Say that anymore.
No, you're using the N-word. It's the
Say that word here, bro.
Okay, I have not heard that since I was a little tiny kid. My grandfather called him that one time. The Brazilian nuts, he called him that one time when I was a kid.
KP, what is your description or word that you use for low-class black people?
So what?
What is the word you use for low-class black people?
Low class black people.
Don't say the N-word. We can't say the N-word, Kate.
They are less fortunate people. the N word or the K word. So
No, because I was told by David. But in another room, I would say other things, but the moderators are moderating.
Well, no, it's just one of the house rules. These are Mojo's rules, even though he's not here. But you know.
Wait, where is Mojo?
Right, so I have to respect.
Let's go back last week.
Sometime last night.
Oh, he did. I was gonna say, I don't even.
Yeah, he'll be back.
Is he doing okay?
He's actually doing really good, thank you.
Good, okay.
hey, what was that bitch be called?
It's amazing that, you know, so many people
Taylor Swift.
record these rooms all day long. And we never see him in here, though.
Oh, I didn't say he was in here.
Because I've been punching left and right for people on this app. It's stupid.
Yeah. Whoever did the gracias.
What's razzing your ass? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes. Happy Friday, everybody.
Well,
We've
those
had a lot of
red
people come
flags.
up.
Happy Friday, serendipity.
Yeah. I love the weekends.
Oh, he's here. He's good. Here we go.
This phone died, y'all. It was really sad.
Okay. Did you hold me?
M16 A2 service rifle, right?
Oh, 16. Oh, you guys are.
It's a 16, yeah.
How the fuck you have a 16 this late?
BFA on the end. I forgot about the BFAs.
Yeah, we're doing some red team, blue team reconnaissance bullshit. You know, capture the flag type shit out in Pendleton.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah, those are called BFAs at the end of the rifle. It's a metal thing we used to have to screw on there, so when we shot blanks, we couldn't actually kill each other with a blank.
Yeah, and then too, it helps keep the gas in the barrel to cycle the bullet. Because if you don't have that on there, then the pressure just goes out the barrel and it won't cycle the bullet.
Oh yeah.
You know what crazy stick is? Dad was like, "This is shittiest fucking rifle ever. Give me my 14 back."
I love the M16A2. I was telling Sig the other day that I had a record in Okinawa for shooting 20 out of 20 hits on a 12-inch round target from 500 yards with iron sights. And I don't know very many rifles I could have done that with other than the M16.
Yeah, that's a hard shoot, Mike. That's very fucking impressive, man. Very fucking impressive.
I mean, I remember to the day, like getting the first one and hitting it and being like, okay, you know, and it just kept going. And I remember being like at 10, 11, 12, and it was just excitement was just building. It was super cool.
You gotta love a good long gun in the muff. Ladies, you have a preference of long guns?
Oh, I love long barrel, short barrel, racking, these terms.
Yeah, double barrel, extra wide?
Yeah, they just do it for me, you know?
Hell yeah.
I'm not saying a word. Okay.
Come on,
You should have seen those girls in chat one day when these boys were geeking out over their guns and the terminology that we were using, and we were like, what? We were having a heyday in chat while they were totally geeking out on stage.
See, what year did they stop using that rifle in the Marine Corps, the one you have in the A2?
Fuck, man. So, I don't know, man, because they were still issuing it. I know they were phasing out to M4s when I got out. But for training, yeah. My son, though, says when he went to candidate school in Chicago, the Naval Academy candidate school, they train with M4s.
The M4 is basically the exact same body, but just shorter barrel or collapsible stock. Yeah, shorter barrel. But the body of it itself, the core part of it, the function, all that's identical.
Yeah, it's just the gas system. I think it's mid-length gas system versus regular length M16, and then the 14-inch barrel instead of the 16-inch barrel.
So I don't think I could have got 20 out of 20 at that distance with a shorter barrel.
No, absolutely, yeah, more than likely not. Absolutely not, man.
Do they have automatic anymore? Do they use fully automatic now instead of 3-round bursts? Do they
No, it's still a 3-round burst. They're never gonna go back to fully auto unless you got a cruiser weapon, saw, something like that. Yeah, just because I looked at the research, man, and the reason why they got rid of full auto is because troops and soldiers were just dumping waste ammo, man. They were just dumping fucking ammo, so they went to the 3-round burst as a conservation method.
So they're going with a net zero warfare, SIG? Is that what they're looking for?
I don't know what net zero is. What is that?
Oh, I mean, like, no environmental damage. They care about the environment so much, right?
Oh, yeah, right, yeah, nah. I mean, shit, if we left it up to these fucking tree-hugging retards, man, they probably would. We'd probably be fine with, like, vegan bullets and shit, so that way,
That's vegan. I mean, technically, all bullets are vegan. That's a great thing. I think that's amazing.
Impossible bullets.
Our Marine Corps fire teams, which for everybody else in the room, they're small groups that Marines fight in. Are they still comprised of 2 riflemen and a saw guy and 2 50 cal guys? Is it the same as it used to be?
Your squad's gonna have the 50 cal, but your fire team's gonna be typically, saw guy, 2 riflemen, and what is it? Saw.
Not a 50 cal though in this fire team.
I've never seen a fire team with 50 cal, bro. I've seen it. I mean, I guess they could.
We were taught in the early 90s we did that. There's 2 guys. One carried all the tripod and everything. The other one handled the rifle because he needed somebody to switch out the barrels. So there's 2 guys.
Yeah, that might have been back in the day. They might have switched it up, but as far as I've been out in the field, like a fire team, I've always seen like a squad or a squad will have a 50 cal. I've never seen a fire team broken down individually. But every single 50 cal I've shot or ran into has been vehicle mounted. It's been on there.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I got a picture of me Mount Fuji shooting one on the ground, a tripod version, sitting on my butt.
Oh, they're fun as shit, bro. They're fun.
Yeah, they're fun. The Mark 19 grenade launchers too. They look, for everybody else in the room, it's a machine gun that shoots little grenades. They look like bees in the air when they take off, and then just and they hit all of like a big storm of hit. It's for lobbing over areas and getting people that are like down in crevices and stuff. But those things are super fun to shoot.
I've always had a dream of like shooting a 50 cal. I've been to like the range. How would it? Do I like Google it? How would I
Like a Desert
find
Eagle,
a place?
Desert Eagle dolly.
Oh, I would not want to shoot
How
one
would I
of those.
find that? How would I do that? I live in Arizona. We've got lots of
I'm
shooting
sure you could
ranges.
find a range and you can try out different weapons. Yeah, I'm sure there's ranges. I mean, the 50 cal is really fun because it has the trigger on it. You hold it with both hands. You grip it with both hands side by side, and then your thumbs press down, and the trigger is shaped like a V, like a butterfly wing under your thumbs. So you basically press the trigger with 2 thumbs at the same time. It's just, it's really fun. It's really powerful, and it vibrates the ground when it fires, and the whole ground vibrates, and the dust comes up off the ground while you're firing it. It's super fun.
Hands will be bruised as well.
No. Yes. If you're shooting a 50 caliber pistol, fuck that. I don't like shooting high caliber.
Those things hurt.
Yeah,
You
and
need
shotguns.
the 357 ammo if you're not
Yeah, and I hate shooting shotguns too. Like I love shooting skeet because it's fun, but then at the end of the day, it just fucking hurts. I never got used to it.
I live out in Mad Max when they're always like on the top of the cars and stuff. Like that is one of my dreams, and to be prepared for the zombie apocalypse as well. I would like to put a 50 cal on top of something and ride around with it.
I bet it's expensive because I don't know what the rounds cost, but I bet it's expensive. Like to fire it the way you'd want to fire it, like we did in Marine Corps, where you just kind of lay into it and let it go nuts. I bet it'd be super expensive. Because I have to Google it. I don't know how much each round costs, but it's probably
big cal costs lots of money. What was it, like 40? I think 40 cal in California the last time I looked. It was like $75 for a box of 20.
I'm gonna go see. I'm gonna see how much 50 cal costs. Hold on a second.
Moved to Florida from October the 8th until December 31st. There is no tax in our lovely state, the only state that actually matters. I'm only kidding. I just happen to say that all the time. But yeah, no sales tax on ammunition or guns or fishing rods, boats, anything that'll get you outdoors.
It's 50 cal rounds are $800 for 200, so it's 400. It's $4 every time it fires. And when you shoot an automatic, like we used to shoot it at like old aircraft shells and stuff, and you just keep going with it. So I never even thought about the fact that we're blowing money that fast.
And that's on the cheap end, Mike. You start getting incendiary rounds,
Yeah, tracer,
like that. Yeah, tracer. You're talking anywhere from $10 to $25 a round.
Holy shit!
What you want to get? Yeah. 50 cal is expensive, man. Yeah, $4 is on the low end, but yeah, it gets expensive shooting 50 cal. And let alone if you want to get a good, decent semi-automatic 50 cal rifle, you're talking no less than 15-20 grand.
But I'm sure there's a place like in the state she lives in where you could like pay to experience one. I'm sure that exists somewhere.
Oh yeah, they got ranges. You said you're from Arizona?
Yes, yeah. I've been to some ranges, but I didn't know that you could rent them and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, they got some. More than likely they're going to be outdoor ranges. You got to have a lot of land for 50 cal. But yeah. Arizona especially, yeah, you'll definitely be able to find something in your area. If you're talking about a handgun, most of your indoor ranges will let you rent like a Desert Eagle style handgun to shoot in.
But that wouldn't be the same experience, though. Say it wouldn't feel as cool.
Yeah, not at all. Yeah. If you want to shoot a 50 cal rifle, yeah, look for an outdoor range that lets you rent it. It's probably going to be expensive, man. It's probably like $50 to $75 to rent it. But if you got the money to blow to get that experience, to even stand next to one of those things going off, it's like, dude, it's a good experience. It's awesome.
When you're firing that fully automatic, you can only go for a certain number of seconds before the barrel actually heats up so badly that it becomes dangerous, and the round can fire out the side of the barrel because it gets red hot. So in the Marine Corps, another guy carries extra barrel, at least one extra barrel, and he swaps it out. So while you're shooting it, you pause, and then he unclicks it, clicks the other one. So it creates so much friction from those rounds going through the barrel that that's how badass it is.
Oh yeah, you can actually there's videos, Mike, where these guys are firing full auto, and you can actually see the barrel start to fucking droop because it's so fucking hot.
Oh, that's great.
Is Florida the only state that at our gun ranges, they actually have a bar and restaurant attached? Because I noticed that before. People told me that's crazy.
What's up, MG?
Hey, John.
How are you doing? What can I help you with?
I'm good. I have a quick question for you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I'm looking for the recording because apparently I was a part of a discussion that I wasn't aware of. So I was looking for the recording from yesterday. Do you have it?
You'd have to check my YouTube to see if you can find it, because at 13 phones and I cut every hour, if I film for, that's hundreds of videos a day. So all I could say is I can give you some YouTube links and you can try to find it. It's like too hard to do one-off requests at this point.
Gotcha. Can you put it in the chat and I'll take a look? I can't figure out which Instagram is yours. There's too many.
No, it's not on Instagram. You can't live stream on Instagram anymore.
Oh, on YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, just go under your name.
Let me copy and paste it for you. Hold on.
Okay. I appreciate it. What's this PTR now? Let's see.
Yeah, Jay Breska said he's going to send me $1,000 if I can get him the Roger Mayhem Pepe Docs video. And it's there. I have it. But, if you can say it, it is not true. So I don't want to even waste my time for somebody telling me they're going to give me $1,000.
Okay.
So there is the primary YouTube. On that YouTube, there's other profiles for other YouTubes. I would just say don't waste too much time looking for it because there's a good chance you won't find it.
Okay, well, I
If-
will.
If I do see it, because I have a lot of accounts. There's like a 12-day gap right now, or a 13-day gap between recordings and putting them from unlisted to public. So yesterday I started doing it, and I'm going to do the rest today. So there's about 1,000 videos about to be put into the public space, but nobody looks at my shit, so it doesn't matter. But I will.
So you haven't put yesterday out there.
It is on one YouTube account, because that account, for some reason, everything gets listed as public as opposed to unlisted. So let me get you that YouTube account. This is the biggest one with over 7,000 videos. Let me get you that one. So you can see yesterday's recordings. Let me just get you the direct link. And you can probably find it. And if you try to space it out based on the time, you can probably find it quicker.
Okay.
This one is John Z. Kitover, Congressman.
Okay.
And if there's something you want me to delete or make private, just let me know.
I appreciate it.
I'm not looking to die on any hills here for streaming Clubhouse rooms.
I appreciate it. Well, thank you.
Okay, sure thing. Have a great weekend.
You too. Take care. Bye.
Well, definitely our lightweight, man. You gotta definitely get some grip on that shit, or else it'll run from you.
Yeah, the thing was serious. I just, like I said, I knew it was a revolver, and the barrel on it, gosh, it felt like the gun was probably 9 or 10 inches long. It was huge, but every time they shot it, it sounds like a freaking cannon going off. I'm just like, how does that little thing make so much noise?
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't say the same thing for Shawnee's 3 and 5
Do you know what, in the Marine Corps thing, what I was always shocked by was the power of a hand grenade. Like, the way that we never used them, like, in war or anything. I didn't use them in war or anything. But, like, the idea that you could throw it into, like, a cave or something right now, or you could be in the cave with it, and then it goes off. I mean, in real life, they're so fucking incredibly powerful. Like, when they go off, the whole ground shakes, I didn't expect them to be as strong as they were.
Yeah, the percussion off a grenade throw is ridiculous, man.
Yeah, really shocking.
That shit'll rattle your chest and your fucking jaw. It's just like the mortars, Mike. I don't know if you've ever been under mortar fire.
No, I've never done that.
Okay, yeah, dude, the mortars going on, bro, they were, because we had a mountain range on one side of the base there, so the Hives used to go up there and lob mortars trying to take out our planes and shit. Bro, when the mortars go off, bro, rock your fucking chest, man, chatter, like your teeth are fucking chattering, bro. It's heavy, man. It's heavy. I don't know if you guys ever been in somebody's car that has like a really booming sound system. If you've ever sat in there and felt that bass, how it rattles your rib cage and all your organs inside, that's how the mortars are going off, bro. It's horrendous the amount of percussion they give off. Funny story. When I was in Iraq, it was it was a normal thing for them to lob mortars at our planes and shit, our aircraft. But whenever mortars went off, you hear the first one, it definitely would ring some bells. So everybody's running to grab their flak jackets and helmets and all their protective gear, take cover and shit. So fucking we had a mortar go off, so everybody's scrambling. I run in the shop to grab my rifle, my bulletproof vest, my helmet, all section, this torso section. So my sergeant at the time comes running in to grab his shit, and all he sees is me standing by my gear next to my staff sergeant, and he's just got all this red splatter all over his chest and stomach. So initially he thought he had been hit. So he goes running, like he's like, Staff Sergeant, no! He goes running to him and shit, like trying to render first aid because he thought he was fucking injured, but it was SpaghettiOs. So the staff sergeant's like, yo, get the fuck off me. He's like, fucking SpaghettiOs, I'm good, man, I'm good. But it was like the funniest thing ever.
That's funny shit. One of the funny stories I have about the Marine Corps is when I was in Iwakuni, there was this. We all started piercing our nipples. We got drunk and we were in our barracks, and we started like putting safety pins through our nipples and piercing them. And then we went to the PX and just bought like regular earrings or whatever, sticking them. And it was like a trend kind of. And I was a lifeguard on base, so I had to take mine out whenever I went with a lifeguard. And I had to put it back in, and it never fully healed. It was a nightmare. But anyway, I was wearing one. I would wear one under my camis. It was like my little sign of revolt. I wouldn't tell anybody. And I was a journalist. I was a combat photojournalist, but I wasn't in during war. So I'd write news stories for the base newspaper and stuff. And my boss told me to go interview the first sergeant, who's like the most hard-ass son of a bitch that I knew. Go interview him about this rumor that they heard that Marines are piercing their nipples and how fucking inappropriate that is and all this. And write a story about it. I was like, okay, so I worked the headquarters building, so his office was only a few doors down. So I went down there with a pad of paper to take notes and, interview him. And I walked in and I said, first sergeant, he's like, yeah, what's up? I'm like, hey, I'm here to ask for you to, I need you to give me a quote for a story I'm writing. What's it about? Oh, it's about Marines piercing their nipples. And he's like, what? And I'm like, yeah, apparently there's some Marines on base that are piercing their nipples, and I just want you to make a statement, And he's like, are you fucking kidding me? And he stands up and he goes, stand up. And I walk out, I stand up, and he comes around his desk and he walks up and he goes, if I fucking knew a Marine had a nipple piercing, you know what I fucking do? And I was like, what? And he slams his hand into my chest, but my nipple piercing along my left boob, and he slams his hand onto my right boob, and then he grabs a hold of it and yanks and pulls back, and dude, my heart was just pounding, and I was like, oh my god, he would have ripped it right out of my fucking chin if he would have done something wrong. It's so fucked up.
You would have really had a purple nurple, Mike.
I would have been bleeding under my camis and be like, oh, okay, thank you for the quote.
I mean, that would be like me being up here on stage talking about the best time that, I need some dude in the groin. It hurts. It just hurts.
To think about, yeah. I ended up getting my nipple pierced officially later, my other one, and to be honest with you, it's fucking awful. Like, I used to have my tongue pierced at one time, that didn't really hurt. I had my ears pierced at one time, that didn't really hurt. But the nipple, dude, it never healed. Neither one. The one I did and the one I officially got done. Neither one of them ever healed. And I finally just took it back out, and I'm like, fuck this. It's just, but they hurt like you think they would. It's horrendous, to be honest. It's not as bad as a kidney stone, but it's pretty bad. There's a lot of sensitive nerves in that area.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey everybody, good morning. I was thinking about putting together a musical called Roger Mayhem, the musical, a magical mojo positive vibration experience. Is anybody interested in attending an online interactive experience like that?
Yo, I want to see Anne's mom.
Goodbye. Let's just see if I can block you, Jacob. So rude.
Mike, I had no idea you had your nipple pierced, and one time, well, I don't want to say it, never mind.
Oh, Jesus. I don't need you to finish, it's alright.
You don't strike me as a nipple piercer, Mike. Yeah, it's definitely.
When I got out of the Marines, I went nuts. When I went out of the Marines, I went nuts. I got my tongue pierced, my nipple pierced officially. I got my ears pierced. I dyed my hair blonde, like the white hair thing that looked to short my hair. I just went fucking crazy because I guess I was controlled by the Marine Corps. I was my tongue was pierced, and man, every time I eat macaroni and cheese, which I ate a strange amount of, I would bite down on the fucking bar, and when you're chewing at a normal pace and you're not paying attention, and you bite down on the little freaking metal ball thing, you literally, it sounds in your ears like you cracked your fucking tooth in half. Like, it was horrible. And my dentist was like, "What the hell are you doing? Take that thing out of your mouth. You're not gonna have any fucking teeth left when you're 40." I was like, "Oh, okay, yes, sir."
Wait, what did you have in your mouth?
Like my tongue pierced in the mid '90s.
He said your teeth.
Late '90s.
He said
late '90s.
He said it would cause damage to your teeth. Oh.
Yeah, because the bar, I had a bar that was probably an inch and a half long. It was fairly long, and I had a ball on both sides, a metal ball. But there's certain foods. It was usually foods like cottage cheese or macaroni and cheese. Those two for sure. Your tongue moves it around a certain way that's very different than other foods. And every time I'd eat those foods and I'd stop paying attention, my tongue would somehow be flipped a certain way where I would bite down on the bar, like on the metal ball. And you bite really hard. You don't realize that you bite as hard as you do when you're chewing. If you're not paying attention, you're biting fairly hard. And it would crack. It would like it sounded horrid. Like when you bit down on it, you literally thought you broke your tooth in half. And the dentist told me, he's like, "You're gonna crack your teeth. You're gonna crack your teeth by biting on it. You're gonna crack your teeth by it just smacking the sides of your teeth while you're eating, like all kinds of things."
Yeah, it's important what you put in your mouth, and it's also important what comes out of it.
Well, see, when I did it in the '90s, it was a new thing that was super cool to do, and nobody made the connection that like, "Oh yeah, that's good for your head." So like, I never had a single guy make a joke to me about it back then. But then like, fast forward 5 or 10 years, it was totally out of vogue, and now it's like, it's kind of gay for a dude to do it. So I have to say that it morphed over time, the reality of it.
Yeah, I've heard of people breaking their teeth and shit, having tongue piercings. Same thing you said, you explained, Mike, is biting down and just crunch. The next thing you know, they got 3 pieces of teeth floating around in their fucking mouth. Sounds painful as hell.
Well, and the noise like in your jaw when it happens, or in your head above your jaw. Horrible.
Oh, yeah. That's what I hate about going to the dentist, man. When I gotta eat cavities and shit filled, dude, I can feel that little high frequency whir, that fucking drill. Like, even though everything's numb, bro, but I can feel that shit in my brain, man. It's like, ugh, it's one of the worst.
Dude, have you ever had him do that when you feel the heat a little bit? Like the numbness is just worn off enough where you feel the heat of that drill heat? Oh, I hate that feeling. Ugh.
Yeah, bro, I'm like definitely, I hate the dentist. So whenever I get work done, man, I'm like, yo, numb up my entire fucking jaw, give me the fucking gas. I take like 2 fucking aspirin, I'll smoke like half a joint. I'm going like, that's how I gotta get it.
That'll work.
Hey, Sig, I wanted to ask you a question. In terms of like education, and I don't want to promote Jay Breska's masculinity mindset or whatever masculinity program or education that you provide, but I'm wondering what in the military overlays in terms of like if you were to give a class to young men on being a man, what overlays from the military in terms of like an operations or a frago, something to that extent, like how you conceptualize, plan, and execute.
You want to take this one, or do you want me to hit this one, Sig?
Go ahead, Marvel. Yeah, that's a good question. But go ahead, Marvel. You got it. Yeah.
Responsibility, accountability, discipline, attention to detail, planning, just being, not wasting your freaking time. When I went into boot camp, the one thing I learned was not wasting your freaking time, just getting your ass up in a bed and getting ready to start your freaking day. That's the one thing I freaking learned. I'm like, I wasn't wasting time taking a shower and brush my teeth. And you want to sit here and relax and get up in the morning. No, it was get your ass up in the morning, put your clothes on, wash your ass, shave, and get the fuck out and start your freaking day.
Yeah, I agree with that. I got two. One is that when we were sick, we had to go into work anyway. And they would send us home if we were really sick. You still had to get the fuck up, get dressed, go to work, be responsible, and then there was no such thing as a sick day where you just bitch and complain, right? And then, I mean, you could get sent if you're that sick, sent home. And then the other one is in the Marine Corps anyway, adapt and overcome. So basically, failing is required to succeed. So, you try to run, you try to go over it, you can't go over it, you try to go around it, you can't go around it, so you blow a hole through it, but you make sure the hole's small enough that you won't damage, whatever's on the other side of it. And then you go, and then you hit the next wall, and then you try to go over it, you try to go around it, and then you go through it. So the reality is, what I see in millennials is this desperate fear of failure, so they never try. And the Marine Corps is about adapting and overcoming. You know you're going to fail, but you can only fail so many times before you'll succeed. And so that would be mine.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I know Sick has he's way more experience than I do, but just that's just the basic level of when it comes to manhood. Like, you have to keep going, take accountability. Where you were wrong, if you're wrong, stay wrong till you get right. But well, yeah, that's a mess you made. Now here's what you made. Now clean it up and do it right. And I remember it was so insane when one of these petty officers said, "What's wrong with getting it right the first time?" I'm just like, "If we're gonna get it wrong, we're gonna get it wrong." The first and second time, but I mean, I don't know where that question came from. That's what made me pop up out of nowhere and just say, "Hey, there's a lot of things you in the military, and unfortunately, there's an environment that can man you the fuck up. Also, prison, unfortunately, because that would teach you more survival skills as far as psychology is concerned. But I wouldn't recommend that because you don't learn social skills." I was talking with somebody, and they were telling me that their ex, like, you don't learn survival skills. So I wouldn't say prison could be a second, but I would never recommend prison. That's not for the fanfare, obviously. First in military. But I have seen some of the toughest guys come out of the yard, but I would never recommend that as the first choice. But I'm gonna shut up and get my mouth.
No, those are some good points. I would agree wholeheartedly with Marvel and Mike. I think for me, kind of something that they didn't mention, John, is accountability, but not only self accountability, but accountability to your team. That's one of the biggest points I think that kind of helped me step into manhood that the Marine Corps taught me, was that the world doesn't revolve around you. It's your team is greater than you are. Team is greater than self. So you have to be 100% on point. Then two, it taught me a lot about patience and forgiveness. I think that's a huge part of being a man. As far as not like the people, like, you can't be so quick to dismiss people, because the same people you dismiss, you're going to need them at some point. You're going to have to rely on them at some point. So that was a really valuable lesson that the Marine Corps really taught me. Something that I teach my sons as well. Just really look at how you treat people, and don't get so caught up on surface level shit, because surface level shit will put you in the fucking hurt locker, man. Later on down the road. So, but yeah, I would agree 100% with Marvel and Mike. Yeah, definitely. That's a good question.
The Marine Corps also taught me the difference between men and women, and how they're both strong. How they're both strong, but differently. I think my first indication was when I would look at the physical fitness test the Marine Corps had. The men had to do like 17 pull-ups for a perfect score, and the women didn't have to do pull-ups. They used a pull-up bar, but they had to do these things called bent arm hangs, where they were held up onto the bar, and then they put their chin above it, and they have to freeze and hold. And I never knew a woman that could do 17 pull-ups, and I never knew a guy that could hold at the top of the bar like that for more than like 60 seconds, and they would do it for over 2 minutes.
So what I realized is that men had this like explosive power that was quick and then it resets. And women have like this strong, steady power that just holds steady. And how like both of them have purposes. And the more that they stay in their lanes, the more powerful the combination is. Because like we go on like 20-mile hikes with an 80-pound pack, and like I never saw a woman complete one, but I never held it against her because I just knew like that's not going to be her strength. But there's other things that she'll be strong at, and so I guess that idea of explosive, resettable strength versus strong, steady strength has really like been something I've noticed beyond since then in my wife and in my daughter and things like that.
Are you guys talking about the presidential fitness test? Did you hear that they might be bringing that back to the schools? I don't know if you were talking about that, but what you were talking about made me think of that.
I was talking about the Marine Corps physical fitness exam that we do, but that would be super cool. Yeah, to encourage kids to physically exercise would be awesome.
Hey, I've got a question for In the Muff moderators. I'm in communication with a campaign donor who wants to join the room but says he's blocked, and he's my #1 campaign contributor. I can say his name if you want to know the name, but I'm wondering if whoever's blocking him can unblock him so he can join the room.
I'll check my block list now.
It's the Clown House infamous and world famous man out of Brooklyn, Jay Breska.
It doesn't matter if you're not a moderator.
I don't have anybody blocked.
What's going on?
My block list isn't long.
So Jay Breska is trying to Jay Breska is trying to join us in the Muff, but he's blocked, and so he's unable to join.
So sorry to hear that.
I don't have JB blocked.
I don't either. Who on stage does those? Someone does.
So you have to be a mod. You have to be a mod for him not to be able to come in.
Correct.
And I have 0 people blocked myself.
Okay. So it's gotta be.
Whoever's talking to him.
Do you have a block?
Nope, I don't have any blocked.
I don't either. Beth?
Whoever is talking to him, send him a link to the room and see if he can get in that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll send it.
Yeah, he's blocked.
How's everyone doing this Friday?
Happy Friday, y'all.
Doing good. Just driving back from LaGuardia.
Okay. Hey, King Nav, Naveen. This is West Coast, by the way. I don't think you know. I don't know here.
East Coast to West Coast. What's up?
Well, I said West Coast, friend. I don't you remember me.
Did you just say you were at LaGuardia, King?
I said I'm driving back. I had to drop off my parents to LaGuardia.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Driving back from that. Actually, Trump rebuilt that airport really well.
What?
Watch out, we'll get triggered.
I see my sister. Shout out to her. I'm just gonna say hello. How you doing? With the red cap.
Hey, King Nav, what do you think about John Bolton's house and office getting raided by the FBI today?
I wonder if they cut his mustache while they were at it. I always wonder, like, dude, do you groom that shit? Like, you know, it's got like a piece of hair going that way, so when you're on TV, like, dude, why don't you come on TV like that? You look like a piece of shit.
Do we know why?
What do you call that again? A mustache, a taster or something? A longevity taster?
Yeah, they raided, those who are asking why they raided only because apparently he retained classified information for which he leaked in his book, and he also leaked outside of the book, and Trump was investigating him in 2020, and then Biden decided to not continue investigating him and drop the investigation into leaking classified information, and so Trump is just picking up where he left off.
Another person falling from the good graces of Donald Trump after Trump going to him for virtually everything in his first term for a while, asking him to help him and to educate him, and then now it's totally turned.
But don't you think it's kind of ironic?
That's not what happened.
Don't you think it's ironic that Bolton goes on CNN and says...
It is what happened, actually. In John Bolton's book, he talks about how at the beginning of the first Trump term, he was dealing with a Korean issue and another issue. I can't remember what the other one was at the time. And then because we all know that he kind of won by surprise a little bit, and he wasn't really fully prepared, he basically relied on the people from the previous Republican administration who told him that John Bolton was the guy. So he was calling John Bolton into the Oval Office on a regular basis to ask his advice for how to handle things over and over again. And John Bolton, he was trying to talk John Bolton into being the Assistant Secretary of Defense, I think. Yeah, it's in his book.
So you're saying his account is factual evidence that you verified?
No, but I'm saying that you and I have nothing. I'm saying that you and I have no way of knowing anything unless we can find some source and read it. And where the source comes from, if the Trump is involved in it, Nav, let me finish talking about what he said, and you can not believe it. That's fine. But other people might choose to believe some of it, okay, or all of it, or none of it. Everybody's different. So he kept coming into the White House over and over again, and Trump wanted to be Assistant Secretary of Defense, I think it was. And he wanted to be Secretary of Defense. He kept saying, I'm not going to be an Assistant Secretary. But Trump would not give him that lead position. He wanted to put his own guy in between him and Bolton. So he kind of wanted to be able to, he just didn't want to give Bolton the job. Bolton kept coming in over and over again. Eventually Bolton got tired of being called up and coming in all the time because he wasn't being offered the position he was looking for. And so he went on vacation for 2 weeks, and Trump lit up his phone for a while and then gave up calling him. And when he got back, he was urgently requested to come back to the White House. He came back to the White House, and Mike Pence was walking in the hallway where he was, and Mike Pence said something like, welcome to the team, and he said, oh, I wasn't offered the job, and Mike Pence said, no, but you're here, so you're part of the team. And so he goes in the book to describe how, not that Trump necessarily operates that way anymore, but how at the time, basically he was surrounding himself with people, and if you were there, he wasn't necessarily giving positions to the formal way that it's done. He was just relying on people without making promises because ultimately he wanted to maintain more control but still get the advice of the people that would typically be assigned those positions. So that was just an excerpt in his book that I remember him going into detail about. And Naveen said it's all bullshit, so maybe it is. Thanks.
Welcome Mark to the room. Mark Rich is here. Mark, put Mark in your queue. Hey Mark.
Yeah, just to be clear, I said when people write these accounts and books and they don't cite other people, or there's no, for example, John Bolton's been on TV, never mentioned this several times, even promoting his book. When there's not other people corroborating, for example, there's been hundreds of interviews with Mike Pence, not a single time corroborating any of this stuff. Reporters asked Donald Trump, hey, is it true you offered this guy this position and he declined it? What you would think they would ask, right? And all of this conveniently comes out only in a book, and never before, never after. From him. I always look at anyone, including Donald Trump. He's written a lot of stuff, and he makes a lot of comments that we don't know for sure what it is. So you got to look at what other accounts say. That's all I said. So I just take that position that when the president or even someone else says something, or media or someone else, I always like to find, is there anything corroborating? That's all.
Sure, and I also like to use common sense and to think about the fact that basically if you take the Cliff Note version of that entire story, it's that he was not offered the job he wanted, and he basically wasn't allowed to get it. And I can't imagine someone telling a story and bragging about the fact that they lost the job that they wanted to get. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It doesn't really make them look particularly good. But that's just one way to look at it. It seems like an odd thing to make up just to prove that you were not able to get the job that you think you deserve.
So the same guys made up stories about how he was the one who informed President Bush that there wasn't weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. There's stories he's told like that too. That he was offered higher level positions, including the Secretary of State and other positions, which he never got. He talked about how he was thinking about running for president against and primarying George W. Bush at one point. There's hundreds of things he said. Again, I'm not saying that this guy's a habitual liar, but I'm saying when people write stories and they write books, oftentimes they need to make the book sound good. They need to keep the audience engaged. And so maybe what he's saying is true. I don't know. All I'm saying is typically something like this, where you take a person who's a industry known person, who every Republican knew, but also every Democrat, knew and you denied him a high level position that he was, claims at least he was qualified for. You would think that would be a question that everyone would have asked and say, hey, why wouldn't you consider this guy for it, considering the people he had in those positions were way underqualified compared to John Bolton's resume. All I'm saying is that may be a position John Bolton wanted, and he's just upset he never got it.
Right, or, yeah, and that's fine. That's your fictional narrative that you've made up. That's a distinct possibility. And then we have the guy that wrote his first person testimony of what he says happened, and he was closer to it than you. And we don't have a whole lot else to go off of, so I guess we'll never know. But thanks for always being there as the naysayer. We all do know that John Bolton was one of the most listened to Republican operatives in the previous administration, and we all know that Trump was not completely prepared when he popped in. So we know that because he served a long time, and a lot of people came to him for advice, especially the Bushes.
1.5 years he served, less than that. That's not a long time. And
in that position, and he served. No, he served. Okay, I'm done. I mean, somehow I knew that. Even for two things, somehow I knew that even as a moderator, you're going to overtalk me, and I also knew that you were going to disagree with everything I said. So let's just call it truce, and I'll just chill out. Thanks. And by the way, when we're talking, moderators sucks in every room, and I try not to do it, but thanks.
And it is against the House rules. Now might be a good time to review the House rules, since we just had a little issue of doxing too. Rule number 1, no threats of violence. Rule number 2, no doxing. Number 3, stay on topic. Keep your shares brief. Do not interrupt speakers, especially the mods. Mods may interject when appropriate. The N-word and the K-words are forbidden on stage and in chat. Don't spam the chat. Don't bring your drama here from other rooms. English only. Keep families out of your mouth, and no speaking while eating on mic. There you go.
So moderators, I do want to interrupt your heated discourse, because I know people come here for their dopamine and their coffee in the morning, but we do have a circulator, a petition signature gatherer in Rockford on the ground, ready to receive your hard-earned campaign donations. So he's been invited to this room. He knows it's live. I'm trying to get him up on stage. His name is Joe.
Since, congratulations, Sean. I'm happy for you. But since you did interrupt, I have a question for you. Why did you invite the doxing troll into the room?
I didn't invite that person. I don't know who that person is, and I had nothing to do with that account.
Invited by you.
I didn't invite that person. I don't know where you're getting that from.
Okay. I hope you're not propagating the continuation of doxing of people on here.
I am not.
That's not cool.
Well, I don't appreciate being accused of it, but I'm more than happy to defend my position.
No, like I said, it just said he was invited here by you, so that's why I thought to question it.
Well, I don't, I like to play pranks, but I know the rules in here, and I want to obey the rules, and I hope everybody here wants to obey the rules.
Yeah, because the house owner has been rather generous with regards to giving you public support, so I hope so.
So just to piggyback on the earlier conversation, I was just saying that John Bolton was not a person that Stephen Miller and other people was actually a person who, you can hate him or not, and I actually don't like everything Stephen Miller says. It's actually, I could go for an hour about the things I don't like about him, but he's a person who the entire administration listened to. The other person who was in the room, which wasn't mentioned by someone earlier, was Donald Trump. And his claim is, I brought this guy in because he loves war. When he walked in with North Korea, immediately they all turned their heads and they said, oh shit, this guy's here. He wants to destroy us. He said, I used him the way he should be used. And he said others in the establishment recommended him to hire this person, which that part is corroborated. And he said, I need to bring him in a way that will allow me to say, hey, I don't want to do what these people are doing, but they also have to understand that if I need to, I will. And so he gave me credibility in terms of walking in a room saying, hey, I'll bomb the hell out of you. And so that is what the other person in the room said about it, but there was no mention of offers of position, which could have happened, but we'll never know that. So I just wanted to clarify that and just clarify that he was not the most listened to person in the administration. And in fact, a lot of people objected in the administration. In fact, in their books, which are personal accounts of what occurred, including Alyssa Farrow, who hates Donald Trump. I wasn't heard about that. Nobody in the administration wanted John Bolton to be hired. And for some reason, the president was insistent on hiring him, just like, other accounts are there too. Thank you.
And we'll never know. But you have both sides of the story.
Well, a lot of people like to say the cliche term karma's a bitch, but I think karma means action, and action means getting signatures on petitions. So I just messaged him again. I hope our candidate Joe, who wants to do the work in Rockford, comes up on stage and introduces himself and tells you, what his plan is. Because in my PTR is a picture of all the bars in downtown Rockford. Tonight and tomorrow night, easily 300 signatures of confirmed voters in the 16th district. We have zero signatures. We have zero signatures.
No signatures for ballot? Okay.
Joe has the petition paperwork. He says he has a printer. He's ready to get to work for 15 an hour, or we can pay him per signature. But some of the mods, Mike is a donor, so Mike has say. Mike can, I want Mike to talk to this guy because this is basically his first day and his onboarding. And tonight, I bet you Joe can probably get 200 signatures. Hey, Mark.
Yeah, I got 50 signatures for my own candidacy this morning at the train station in Schaumburg. So and that was only an hour and a half. So it can be done.
Yeah, I need to check to see where the metro goes into Rockford, because that would be a big spot.
And train stations are like, I call them honeypots, because the people are just standing there waiting for the train, instead of trying to get somewhere, they're just waiting, and that's a good time to approach people.
Yeah, it seems like the $15 an hour benefits you, John, and the paying by the signature benefits him. So.
Yeah, I say, work a day at 15 an hour and then determine whether you think you can make more per signature or hourly, and then do a blend of the two.
Yeah, it seems like 15 an hour is super cheap. And so if he produces any results at that price, you're going to be good.
Hey, I want you to know tomorrow at 12:30 in Dundee, the CRO, the Congressional Republican is doing a petition drive for me and about 10 other candidates. They can't do you, John, because they're printing walk lists, and it's in Dundee, so it's in the 8th Congressional. But anyway, they're going to have 50 people. So like I'm printing out 50 petitions, for 50 people, 100 petitions, 2 each. So if they each get 20, we'll have 1,000. I mean, I don't think they're going to do it, but if they did, we get as many as 1,000. Each person has a walk list to try to get only hard R doors, and to try to get 20 in about 2 hours, because these people don't need to be persuaded. They're already, we know they vote Republican primaries. We know they're going to sign. It's just a matter of where they answer the door or not. But we also know where they live, because we're literally going to their door. So we don't even have to have them fill out the address, because we can do that ourselves. So all they have to do is just sign it. It's pretty slick way to do it.
Yeah, when I ran for committee person in the 45th ward, the woman who won, Estella Richards, who's basically appointed, her signatures were perfect, as if they were printed and done and signed all at once. And so I have suspicions, if that's not fraudulent, like outright fraud, because that's not. Yeah.
On the Democrats, they do this thing called round tabling. It's pretty well known. They sit at a round table and they each forge based on previous filings. So it's usually not a copy, their original, but they forge these things like crazy. And Max, when he ran, now 4 years ago, when he ran and he was the nominee in the ninth, we challenged the petition of Ellison, who was previously the nominee, and we got him off the ballot because they were forged signatures and people who signed it didn't live in the district and he didn't meet the threshold. He was yelling and screaming and threatened to sue us, but meanwhile, Max was the nominee and didn't have to have a primary because we challenged his petitions.
It is amazing, but the hard work of getting the signatures guarantees you, the opportunity to actually win, because people will go against the pre-existing individuals, especially like, Steele, the commissioner who got pulled over for the DUI and told the Chinese copies got a little wanker. They can't win if somebody presents themselves.
John, how many do you need? What's your minimum that you need?
It's like 675. So basically just shy of 700.
It's a little than yours. And then what do you want to turn in though? How many?
I'd like to turn in 1,500 signatures.
I was going to say mine's 750 and I'm hoping to turn it over 2,000. Because I know I have a challenger and I know they're gonna challenge my petitions.
Is the challenge in Springfield?
No. It's in the State Board of Election building in the city downtown.
Oh, that's good.
And by the way, the last time they challenged Max, it's a long story. He stayed on the ballot just for committee man, but we had to get affidavits signed and everything. But anyway, Max got kicked out. He was yelling at him. Like his rabbi signed for him, right? And Max got the signature himself, and it's his good friend Rabbi Hurd signed, and they said it was a forged signature. Because it doesn't match perfectly with the way he signed it 20 years ago when he signed on the voters registration form. So that happens a lot when they challenge you. You just never know. And it depends on the judge if he likes you or not. It's very subjective.
It is. Yeah. It was an experience meeting with the judge and the challenger's lawyer. That was a wild experience because it's basically like a public speaking engagement where you can't act. Because maybe I didn't have representation, I couldn't actually technically do any real procedural stuff to force more communication. In terms of like getting the challenger to appear and provide testimony.
Well, so my experience is you have both parties there, either their lawyer and the candidate or both, and it's sort of like a negotiation. Each and every signature, they look at it and you look at it, and the judge says one way or the other, either in or out, and you argue about it sometimes. And Max, he argued so much that they had to ask him to leave. He got so angry when it didn't go his way.
Well, I wish you both well in your campaign.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Do you know that my district, the 8th district, Trump lost the 8th district, but only by 1%. So my district is now a D+1. So I've actually got the closest race in the whole state in terms of a flip. There's nothing even close. The next one I think is a D5, the next closest one.
I looked at your X account. Why you're not posting anything new on X?
I know. I need to. Do you know anybody I can hire? I'm just overwhelmed. I had somebody and I let him go.
I can retweet everything you need to retweet, but it's a question is how do you want to use it? Like, do you really want to use it, or do you just want to keep it generic?
No, I'd like to build an audience and do the whole thing, but I personally don't have the time to do it. I need to hire somebody.
Well, you
George,
really.
you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, Mr. Mark, what's your budget?
I don't have a budget for social media. I just don't. I just need to find a good person and pay whatever is reasonable to do that. I don't do that. If you have anybody reach out to me, if somebody wants to do it. I've had two girls do it in the past. I'm gonna give you back channels. Okay, cool. And Mr. John. Did he run away?
Yeah, I'm here. Is there something you want to ask?
No, I just want you to remember what I told you.
Yeah, I don't remember what you told me. Sorry, Lord.
You're a bitch.
Oh, please illuminate us as to why I am considered a bitch by you.
Because you're running for Congress. Yeah. You're online sounding like a grown bitch.
Oh, I remember now. Okay, I won't forget, Lord. Thanks, Lord.
That escalated. I guess I'm the bitch.
Y'all.
Everybody has an opinion.
That was the most civilized personal attack I've heard on Clubhouse in several days.
We do it right. That's very anticlimactic. You're a bitch. Yeah. Thanks for sharing, everybody.
See, Lord, you know what I'm doing over here? I'm sitting here playing with my mustache and I'm taking deep breaths. But I remember what you told me yesterday and I'm not going to forget it. So thank you very little, Lord.
What is it? Meaning and influencing people?
Okay, I want to origin story. I want an MCU movie of this versus John. I want an MCU villain Iron Man versus Thanos right now. I want something.
So funny how chill Lord was when he said it. He said, "Hey John, remember what I said to you the other day?" Oh,
right.
Yeah, remember what was that? Oh, it was that you're a bitch. It's just funny. John's like, okay, thank you, I'll remember that.
So, Mark, I just want to say something to Mark. Mike here is a campaign contributor to the campaign to elect the candidate, Congressman John Kitover. So we've raised $610 off of Clubhouse. And out of that $610, I hope Joe shows up. If you're in the audience, Joe, please raise your hand and come on up because this is your onboarding to go get signatures in Rockford tonight. Thanks.
Always a campaigner.
Joe? Which Joe?
He may or may not be in the room. He's not texting me back, but I'm Mark. Mark, do you think it's ridiculous that I'm going to force circulators and petition signer gatherers to come onto Clubhouse to do their onboarding?
No, that's a nice one. Why not? It's kind of like that Zoom meeting or something. What's the difference? I think that's okay.
I was trying to give you a shout out, so down below. I'm sorry.
Oh boy. Well, I hope y'all have a happy Friday.
Hey, so today I'm making a speed to Barrington. Costs $150 to go. They're sold out, so there'll be a couple hundred people there. But my opponent in the primary speaking. So should I go for the artery or should I be nice? What do you think?
Personally, I'm a kill 'em with kindness kind of girl.
Yeah, be a gentleman and be a bigger gentleman than the other gentleman, and you will win. Kindness, yeah, kill them with kindness and be a real gentleman, real classy.
Let me tell you what I know about her. Jennifer Davis. Anyway, she's got 10 kids, okay, and 3 of her kids are adopted, and 1 of her kids she put up for adoption. You know, she gave away for adoption. Like, she just seems a little bit wacky. Is that wacky? Am I wrong to think that's a little strange? Or what do you think of that?
I think that, particularly from a female standpoint, a lot of women are going to look at you in a very poor light if you try to weaponize a personal situation that we don't know the circumstances to.
Yeah, no, I haven't attacked her at all. I'm just curious what you guys think of that. And then the other thing is, one of her 10 kids is a girl named Pearl Davis. She's kind of famous. She's on, she has over 1 million followers on Twitter and stuff, and she's partners with Nick Fuentes, for example. He's sort of a pro-Hitler. You know her, Pearl?
Yeah, I've been following her for a while. Wait, so she's
That's right. I'm not running against her, I'm running against her mother.
No way.
Yeah.
No, hey, you see how his sound just stopped working real good. No, keep on talking, Mark. No, get your audio up.
No, well, I'll try to. So can I attack her?
No, go and get your audio up, because your audio is
good. Well, I'm in a restaurant. I don't know what to do,
Yes,
but-
Mark, attack her personally. Takes 20 to 1.
Yeah, don't have your audio messing up right now, because I just heard that shit.
Can I finish? May I finish? You're
Oh,
done.
I'm sorry, too. Sorry.
That's okay. I just want to give him some solid advice. Negative press gets 20 impressions to 1 with positive. I ran 4 campaigns and won all of them. And focus on the agenda. Run far away from personal attacks. That's just my humble advice.
I will 100% agree, Jody.
That's a very female perspective. And females oftentimes determine elections, y'all.
Yeah, when I ran for junior class president, I made a joke about how I raised $5,000 in a date auction, but if we auctioned off the ladies here at school, we wouldn't raise enough to get a Snickers bar. So I was charged with sexual harassment for making a joke during my campaign speech, and I lost the election. So, you know, be a gentleman always, and generally, it's all about that positive vibration, because when you bring up an adopted child, you know, that immediately, you know, causes a friction. So I would leave it out of your communication and replace it with positive, in the muff, mojo vibrations.
There's something off about you.
You don't like positive vibrations, Mikey?
See, you got to understand, if you think there's something off about me, that is merely a projection. You are literally, you know, putting something maybe about yourself onto me. But if you have something specific instead of a generalization about me, feel free to share it in the muff.
Oh, Lord.
And when's the event, Marcus, tonight?
Yeah, it's at 6:30 in Barrington. I have another event too in Pingree Road, but anyway, so I'll be at both.
Mark, what do you think about breathing in the muff?
I like selectively social's profile add-on. Very good PSA for Clubhouse. Inside every person you know, there's a person you don't know.
Isn't that the truth?
Right?
So Mark, I don't know. Oh, go ahead.
still a fan of to live with somebody is to truly know them.
Yeah, a lot of people who casually date, you don't know another person until you live with them. For example, like I try not to show people my recording studio room because they would say, why do you have 15 phones pointing at one phone?
Yeah, they would think you were creepy, John. Okay, they'd think you were a creep and would probably run out the door.
Oh, wait, John, how do you explain to people when they ask you about that? Like, isn't there a way to maybe someday monetize all that content that you're recording, or what do you do with that?
Well, there's about 20,000 videos on YouTube now, and 20,000 videos on Instagram, and about 100,000 X posts. So if you sign up for Premium X, your account gets monetized. And if you arbitrage the accounts and you buy followers through Google Ads or through X Ads, you can basically rapidly monetize the account. And it's just an arbitrage spread. But I don't think people are going to be that interested in watching old clubhouse rooms. But nonetheless, yeah, the goal is I'm killing two birds with one stone as I campaign for Congress, because Congressman John Kitover is a brand. And essentially, I've got 30 YouTube accounts, all branded Congressman John Kitover, with 20,000 videos. So if I were to build up more followers by buying followers through Google Ads, it allows you to monetize the account very rapidly. But at this point, I'm really taking my sweet ass time because, I don't know, Clubhouse is a lot of fun. And the reason why this room is happening right now, and there's two Anons in the room. We have a couple people listening. So there are some people that are not friendly to this campaign that I'm running. They think that I'm being taken advantage of by In the Muff. And the truth is, there's a lot of salty, unhappy people on this app with their own conditions in life. That means their reality is not optimized. And so, part of what I'm doing here on Clownhouse, I hope is therapeutic for others and myself, and progressive in the sense that, we achieve greater responsibility and power, and we help right the ship, which is basically that the economy is totally artificial, that we're borrowing and spending just to pay ourselves. So the whole system is upside down. And I think using Clubhouse, to flip it back upside down with the light touch of a feather is the best way to be in the muff.
So John, people are asking, what is your agenda as congressman? Are you able to answer that? Like, what do you look forward to having and to pushing forward for the people?
Sure. So I answered this. I did a big podcast interview yesterday.
Not you, John, Mark.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark. Go ahead.
You said, why am I running this? That the question?
No, your agenda, your platform.
So I'm probably very close to the MAGA movement agenda. I'm very conservative across the board, whether that's guns, taxes, or energy policy, foreign policy. It's boring to talk about it, but if you have specific questions, I can answer them. But you probably think I'm Donald Trump, basically.
I do. What's your position on education choice?
100% for choice, more of it, homeschooling, Catholic schools, religious schools, and trying to take the advantage away from there's so much control by the teachers unions, which, like in this city in Chicago, we've got, well, not just Chicago, the state has the worst outcome educationally, like almost in the country. We're like 47th or something out of 50 states, and yet we pay about double per pupil. So all the money is going for pensions and teachers and administration, and nothing is being done to educate the kids. It's very, very bad. And of course, they're trying to take away school choice. As you can hear, I'm very much on the school choice side of things. I don't know anything, by the way, where there's no competition, you get better service or a better
price. And that's what they've done in the state, basically made it almost impossible for others to compete.
I understand you guys get, I don't know if the rest of the room is interested, but you get on average 30 grand a student per year. Should have outcomes. Oh, he's on the phone.
Yeah, like I said, it's like double what a lot of the others say. Like private schools, for example, they have test scores that are about double in other words, like the reading proficiency and math proficiency in public schools in Chicago is about 20%. So 80% of the kids can't even read at, grade level. But the private schools, the same tests, it's the other way around. It's like 80% of them are at grade, maybe even higher. And yet they spend half the money per pupil. It's like $15,000 per pupil.
There you go, friends. An choice person. I'll be quiet now.
Mr. Mark, I think I would love to ask you like two questions of like, and these two questions are related to like current events that are currently happening in the United States or globally.
Okay, go.
All right, the first question is, what are your opinions on issues like, I was reading this recent headline that there's a Israeli head of cybersecurity, Tom Alexandrovich. He was arrested in Nevada for like child sex crimes, and I think you've heard the story.
Honestly, I don't know. I haven't heard about that.
Yeah.
Somebody's guilty for crime, they should go to jail.
All right, and the second question I have for you is, currently, we're living in a new world order. CDC child health death records indicate catastrophic transgenerational harm of mass mRNA vaccination. A new analysis of CDC data shows children born following mass mRNA vaccination of mothers are dying at 77% excess. 30-year decline in infant child mortality reversed in 2021. There seems to be like a transgenerational effect, sustained excess mortality in children never injected or infected with COVID. Death rose among infants in utero.
But if you get vaccinate my floor against vaccinating kids with experimental.
I'm not done. Wait for me to finish answering. Okay, I'm asking a question. It's kind of long. So basically, data is showing us that there's a catastrophic transgenerational harm of mRNA vaccines that were rolled out. You're noticing a 30-year decline in infant child mortality that was reversed in 2021. And it seems to be a transgenerational effect, which means that basically, the blood of many has been tainted and can never come back. The depopulation is happening. The populations of the world are falling. Children born from parents that took mRNA vaccines are dying. As Congressman, what would you do to address this issue of depopulation?
So I'm very much aligned with RFK Jr. and his views on this. It's not a one sentence answer, but I'm very suspicious. Those stats that you are saying, they sound. I wouldn't doubt it. I can't see it to verify, but I think maybe one of the biggest crimes of humanity is going to be in the future. We're going to look back and see that we've murdered lots of people, and I have friends. I have friends that have died arguably from taking the vaccine. So I'm in that camp that I think we should never mandate that people have to take it. I'm way against that.
Because data and scientific studies are showing every day that the COVID shots are depopulating the world, and they are deleting generations. ever suggest something like sending someone like Dr. Fauci to the DOJ?
Why not? That's fair.
How serious of an issue do you think this is?
Go to jail.
How serious of an issue do you think this is?
I do really. My intuition is that it's very serious, but I'm not a medical doctor, so I don't know what I'm talking about. I read the same stuff you do.
Sometimes. Yeah, I have an opinion. That's what I'm hearing first.
People, you don't tell me about that.
So if you can say multinational, why can't you say Pakistan?
I mean, it's no brainer.
I'm not in the loop. I told you I'm not a doctor.
I mean, the White House has came out themselves and wrote reports. Russia has wrote reports about us. Russia said that the United States and DARPA, they blamed them for the creation and release of SARS-CoV-2 years ago. They have a 4,000-page document connecting COVID-19 to DARPA, Obama. You know, they already know everything, and Russia knows everything.
Look, I just am for transparency. I would like to get to the bottom of that. I know that they were, even me, like if I said something bad about, COVID or the origins of COVID. Did you countdown,
Did you or your family take the COVID-19 vaccine?
Well, we're about 50-50. There's 6 of us.
Did any of your children take it?
2 did, yeah. I mean, I don't have children. I can make up their minds for them. They're adults.
I mean, to be fair, I'd be skeptical of taking Russia's opinion on America. That's probably one of the more problematic countries to take advice from, but just on that one example anyway.
Mark, I encourage you to read a book called The Collapse of China and or Who Will Tell the People. They're both pretty timely.
Okay. That's interesting. I'm going to write that down. Thanks.
Well, I will say thank you, Mark. I appreciate your responses.
Thanks for the questions. I enjoy dialogue like this. But I'm not a politician, by the way. I mean, I ran. I lost by a little bit. I really have a chance to win this time. But I'm in total opposite.
I emphasize again, it is free to join my community. The stocks I share are also free. The techniques and strategies.
I'm just saying, I'm not the other one. I ran in November. I lost by a little bit to a guy that $8 million against me. It was a Southern Swiss race. This is my life. He's been there for 10 years, so now I have a little chance to win.
I've seen my share of those souls, brother. I'm beyond your reach, Tim.
There's so much corruption and lies. I like to get to the bottom of it. These things are open. Everything through my justice.
How long was it, brother? When you went limping off into the woods? Oh, 20 years. How did you leave us?
Yeah, I mean, the words are divided down, so I'm give it a shot at it.
Yeah, but this is a great day.
Alrighty, sounds good. Everybody have a good day. We'll be back. This room will be open tonight. We're gonna do some fun stuff tonight, so check in.
What up, Craig C? Welcome to Candidate Congressman John Kitover's podcast. you're fake, Rexy. Okay, I'm gonna end this one. Go back to the muff. Okay, welcome back to In the Muff. Okay, everybody, welcome back to In the Muff. I can't unfortunately change the room title, but we're gonna invite some people back and keep this little game going. In the Muff with candidate Congressman John Kitover. Marvel, how are you doing this beautiful afternoon? It's now 12:27 p.m. CST. Where are you at, Marvel? Where are you calling in from on this in this clown house world? And why don't you come up, because I think you're going to be an instrumental component of this campaign with your walkaway movement. Did we decide that we're going to work together on the campaign? I know you said you would talk to Joe Hero and get the okay. It sounded to me like he was okay with it. I know you got a big TikTok audience. Saw you crushing it one day. I was like, wow, look at this. What up, Ali?
Hello, guys.
Okay, so that's PTR. That's myself and former Congressman Ron Paul. Ron Paul just had his 90th birthday party. I pray that everybody in this room can get to 90 at least. It's a big, big energy can make it to 90. Gotta have a lot of positive mojo vibrations. Okay, so I'm going to share with you all some super positive mojo vibrations. It is more blessed to give than to receive. So if you haven't contributed yet to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover, click my profile or just click the link in the chat and give, because it's better to give than it is to receive. So remember, give. Okay, we're gonna do a quick little pause break as you give. We're gonna do a 5-minute silence. Here we go. Starting the 5 minutes, take the deepest breath of the day. Oh, we're doing a 5-minute period of silence because there's always so much chaos in the muff. So the Hebrew term is shalom bais, which is peace in the house. So if you want peace in the house, you have to figure out what's the magic word if you want to get more peace in the house. It starts with an S and ends with an E. What does it spell?
Sentence.
No, it's silence.
Oh, okay, yes, you're right. Oh, fuck. How's your campaign going, John?
It's good. I'm trying to get the first onboarding done here on Clubhouse, and but I think we're gonna get the signatures. There's plenty of time to get enough to get on the ballot, and I'm pretty sure enough people are willing to sign where we'll be able to pass the examination and get on the ballot.
Okay, all right. On you. Yeah. So you got I heard, because I was gonna throw you a couple of dollars, man, help you out. But I heard that everybody's name has to be like accounted for and all that shit. Like you have to use your legit name and all that stuff and address for.
Yeah, I will know. I will personally know who you are if you donate to me.
Okay, well, I'll give somebody else who donated to you the money.
I will personally know you. No, it's not illegal. There are rules when you donate, and the rules are on the donation page.
Okay, cool. All right, sounds good. Yeah, I'll just do it that way then.
Yeah,
you got my respect, man. You got my respect for getting up and taking charge and actually putting rubber on the road, brother. So good luck to you in your campaign, man. I wish you the best.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, the big win is just getting on the ballot. That's all it is. If I get on the ballot, that's the win. I probably won't win at the ballot, but the challenge of getting on that ballot, I think it's a healthy and a positive thing to do.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. You know, it's the more people like you actually, even if you don't see anything fruitful from it, but it opens a lot of people's eyes that, hey, they can take action. You know, if they see something in the government they don't like and they want to start a grassroots movement to make some changes locally, I think it's a good lesson that you provide for people and show them that it can be done. You know, it's not impossible. So, I'm proud of you, man. I wish you the best of luck, brother.
It's fun because it does allow you to center yourself on social media, and they keep taking my X account down. Unbelievable. And every day I have to re-verify it. So enough people are complaining against me on alternative platforms and this platform as well that, you know, that the fact that the accounts aren't getting deleted is a big win for me, because I have a YouTube account with 7,000 videos on it, 3,000 videos. If they delete one of those, that's many years of work. So, the way I conduct myself, but the way that I'm also, I'm just saying as you have seen in this room today, people come in here with very negative mojo vibrations.
So these people that are complaining for your accounts, are those people here on Clubhouse, or these are like outside people that just don't want to see you on the ballot?
I think it's both, because I've got haters on all platforms at this point. But not like, I hope, bad haters. But what I'm just trying to say that in the muff, you got to take a deep breath, because everything is just for a day. And if I think that this app, and I say it all the time, I think it's a roast room, and I am self-deprecating, but I will also roast other people. And I do like it when I get roasted, because it's a kick. You know, it is a kick, and in the muff is where it's at. I just can't wait for the number one campaign fundraiser to the campaign to reappear in the muff and bring us the super positive mojo vibrations.
I'll be sure to let him know you miss him. I've tried to support the spirit of, you know, how he wants things run.
The rules are important, and I've heard the rules, you know, be violated today. And I would just say reading the rules here forces you in the now, because in the muff, you are not allowed to talk about former drama rooms or anything from the past. Look at the rules. What is it, rule number 4?
This is true, but we all know that Mojo comes on slant on interpreting the rules, and then he allows occasional bending here and there on certain rules, that being one of them. And I have worked pretty hard to try and not let like the gossip mill and the rumor mill like just get carried away in the conversation. If I feel like it's starting to get that way, I try to bring it back and say, okay, let's just not like rehash that here. But I also don't want to stop people from engaging in conversation either. And I think as long as they're being respectful and they're trying to be conscientious about, you know, not laying out names and just shit talking people for the purpose of shit talking people, you know, I will tend to let that slide occasion. But
It's
I do
funny
try to
about
keep a
this
handle on
woman's
it.
serendipity that I know. This woman's serendipity I know. I've got some tea about her.
Edie knows all my dirty secrets.
Where all the bones are buried.
Yes, she does, because she helps me bury them. Assured mutual destruction, my darling.
Yeah, exactly. That's how you make sure somebody's gonna talk shit. You just make sure that they're involved in all the shit.
That's right. Get them to help you bury the bodies. But we actually have had some really great discussions in here the last few days too. I mean, there's been a lot of positive discourse and dialogue, I think. So that's a win. And we got a lot more around, you know, people was taking pot shots at the old masculinity mention this morning, Sig. Not pot shots, but airing their grievances. And I said, you know, you kind of got to take that house for what it is, though. It's boy locker mentality. You're like, well, hearing the guys be guys.
Exactly, man. It's amazing how people get bent out of shape because someone doesn't agree with their opinion, man, or their take on shit. They take it to heart, man. I'm like, God damn, bro, just don't go. If there's a place you know where you're gonna hear shit you don't like or doesn't align with your thoughts and ideologies, just don't fucking go.
That's right, you know. If I'm in there listening and I hear something that makes me feel compelled to like want to jump up on that stage and argue, I'm like, it's time for me to go. I gotta go. I'll see you later, Sig.
That's why I love white women. White women don't like to fight or argue. It's like, we're gonna make some cookies. I'm gonna make some brownies. Life is good. Life is good.
It's hyperbolic. I mean, I think you guys are hyperbolic sometimes, and I think that's to get a reaction. It's like, okay, I gotta step out of my feelings on this because this isn't about me. You know, they're engaging, and there's a tactic there, and it is like it's a dude space. You know, like if there's one place on Clubhouse where I expect men to go and act like men, it's in the masculinity mansion. Like it's a dude space, and you guys should have that. You guys should absolutely have that.
Yeah, I said in the chat earlier that it's about being extreme and hyperbolic so you can move the needle and have some influence on these millennial betas. Zero betas. So you can't get their attention if you're just going to be polite all the time like they demand. You know what I mean? It's going to be hard.
And let's face it, I mean, guys don't oftentimes like just polite conversation. I mean, guys, you know, they like to do their guy thing. And not become policed constantly. I think that's just a good place for a dude to go and not have to worry about tone policing and curtailing his speech and not, offending the feminine sensibilities of the women. I don't know.
Well, I like it. It's like you said, if you don't like it, just don't go in there. I don't know why anyone go in there and then complain about it. Just don't fucking go in there. Like, what?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nobody's forced to go in there. It's not like, I don't get that.
No, me either.
But you're right, serendipity, 100%. You and Mike are both right. It's a lot of it's hyperbole, and the reason why is to grab people's attention to get them into the conversation. What I found is that it's going to be heated at first because the person's initially offended. They're clutching their pearls and how dare you, and but once you can cool it down, like you can actually make some really good friends off of some of these contentious conversations. Like there's one young guy from Detroit named Three-Ski. I mean, serendipity, this dude was trying to beat me to fight me. Like, I mean, this motherfucker was pissed at some of the shit that I was saying. But now he comes into the rooms and, he's like, damn, on some of this, gender war shit, he's like, I gotta agree with you, Sig, even though I don't like your ass when it comes to you bragging on black people. But he's like, I have to agree. And now this dude comes in the room and like, we're cool as shit now. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We've actually built a friendship off of the controversy and contention. Same thing with a dude named Reddy Rock. Like, he came in hot as fuck, man. He's like, he doesn't like the way that I go off on black people and black women. But we had our words, and story about why he thinks the way that he thinks, and articulated it very well, and I can understand. But now me and him are cool as shit, So I've noticed some of the best friendships and connections I've made have started off controversial. Then you find a common ground, and you're like, okay, it's not as bad as we would like to make it out to be. We can actually disagree, but still be cool,
Yeah. Well, and like I said, you provide a place that makes it, they don't have to worry about the women and the feelings and the emotions. Like, they can get the egregious, aggressive stuff out, and then, like you said, they can get to kind of the heart of the conversation. And just so you know, Sid, Monica and I, we've been battling and kind of brainstorming. We're going to do a kind of a series of rooms in the next week or so on opposition to the gender wars. We want to do a room that focuses on the fatherhood effect and raise up and lift up, men who are good fathers, whether they're in committed married relationships or not, because oftentimes women are referred to as single mothers, but they have a dad that's very involved in helping them raise their children, and it's not really a fair testament to say that, I'm a single parent when you're sharing that responsibility with the fathers. And we want to do some lifting of the women, lifting of the women and Clubhouse up to each other, and also calling women out. I think there's nobody better to call a woman out on certain behaviors than other women. So yeah, we're going to kind of do some oppositional to gender wars rooms and talk about how we balance each other. And we should spend a little less time fighting against each other and a little more time working together,
Absolutely. No, I agree. That's a good idea. Well, I'll bring the MM crew in and we'll clutch our pearls and we'll be offended.
Okay. Come in and clutch your pearls. That's right.
So I want to...
How dare you say such? What's the term for the women who hate men?
Misandry.
Yeah, how dare you be a misandrist? Oh my God.
That's right.
How dare you? Who hurt you? Who hurt you? You must hate your father.
I want to welcome Derry to the room. I just also want to say it is more blessed to give than to receive. It is more blessed to give than to receive. Click that link above now, and we're at 610. I want to get to $1,000 today. Rabono Shalom. Welcome to In the Muff, Derry.
I was like, Betty's not coming off mic.
Right.
This is just a little aside for a second. When people follow me, usually I see if they have mutual friends before I follow. Occasionally somebody with like a handful of followers, I'm like, let me just give it a chance and follow them back. Almost 100%, 99.9% I'm gonna get some weird fucking DM from them. Do not follow accounts with like 10, 20 friends. You're gonna get some weird DM from them.
Oh yeah, I got the weirdest DM on Clubhouse ever the other day, y'all. I got a DM from some rando in the queue that said, "Would you mind sending me a picture of your socks?" It's like, what? What? Yeah, no. Oh. I actually put their chat in my PTR for a hot minute while they were still in the room because I was just like, who does this? Who does this? Your socks, okay. I don't know.
That's actually kind of hot.
Picture your feet. Yeah, first it's the socks, then it's the feet.
Right. If I'd have done it, I would have totally gone in there and taken a picture of the baby's feet.
I can totally see you in some winter wool socks there.
Right. Legs stretched out on the ottoman in front of the fireplace.
Pull the sock down just enough to get a little bit of ankle action. Oh my god.
Yep, there you go.
One thing, Sig, that I appreciate about you is that when there's drama going on, people are like, this person, you always ask for receipts, and you're always, I think, very good about not letting people run their mouths unless they, have something to back it up with. And you did it with me once. I'm not going to mention the person's name because they don't deserve my attention, but and I appreciate that you try to be level-headed with the drama.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. I just, it's a golden rule. Treat people how you want to be treated. I wouldn't want anybody just taking somebody else's word for granted to, not like me or give them an excuse to hang with me or whatever. So I try to do the same thing. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I said, I don't make other people's beefs my beefs. It's just I just don't, man. It's just been my rule for a long time. So if unless you do something egregious like your role, you actually are a sexual offender, something egregious like that, then yeah, I wouldn't fuck with that person regardless. But just stupid shit. This person, why are you hanging around them because they did it? I don't care. And if it's that bad, then show me something that they did. And if you can't show me, then shut the fuck up. I don't care.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. I don't know. I try to lead with giving reasonably decent in most of their perspectives, and then I hear something really, egregious. I want people to lead with giving me the benefit of the doubt, so I'm going to lead with giving them the benefit of the doubt the majority of the time.
Yeah, it's so easy for rumors to get started and people to run with them, and the rumors get multiplied into more egregious shit. And I just am a huge fan of destroying people's reputations off of rumors. Dude, I've seen people like crash and burn who got rumors spread around that weren't true and just lost a lot. Man, it's just not fair. It's not right.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And then too, it's like, oh, what? I'm sorry.
No, just go ahead.
I was gonna say too, and it's like you gotta give humans room to be humans. We're infallible, dude. We fuck up. I don't like to judge people off of them fucking up because we all do it. I do it too. I do dumb shit. I've done a lot of dumb shit, and I'm just so grateful I have people that can look past that. And it's just I just judge people on how they come back from their bad decisions or mistakes. If you own it, you take accountability, you take 100% responsibility for it. Say, yeah, I was wrong, my bad, I'm sorry. That's how I'm gonna make my judgment on a person. But we gotta give each other room to breathe, bro. It's just crazy how we pin each other to this box of perfection. It's just unrealistic, and that destroys more relationships than anything from what I've seen.
Yeah, I agree. Because like you said, I've screwed up. I've done things on this app that I'm not proud of. I've screwed up. I've gotten on stage and hollered and screamed and looked and, acted like a freaking banshee. And we do. We all make mistakes. We all have bad days. And, there is something about being accountable for it and letting go and moving on. That's one of the big lessons lessons that I learned here is letting go. I've had a couple of long-standing arguments and stuff with people, and you know what? I'm over it. Like, I'm over it. I don't hold on to much of that stuff. Clubhouse has been good for me in that regard.
Well, it always begs the question, what is the golden rule? Then who here thinks that treat others the way you want to be treated is the golden rule, which is treat other people with respect? I mean, that's your neighbor. That means that's what peace in the home is, because if you treat your partner with respect, they're going to give you the same respect. But, I see a lot of situations where maybe some people aren't consciously aware that they're not giving respect and they're giving disrespect in their communication.
I'm not sure that they're not consciously aware. Sometimes I think they're very aware. We're gonna do a room tonight, y'all, on Karens, Jezebels, and Bethany's.
Don't forget the Susan.
Well, I mean, if they're not giving respect and they're giving disrespect, and you claim that they are aware of what they're doing, I mean, where's the accountability then?
No, same thing.
Oh, that's the problem. That's why I think women need to hold women accountable. Hence the Karens, Jezebels, Bethany's of Clubhouse. We don't talk about it.
The Scarlets?
Scarlett's gonna help. We're having an all-star cast, an all-star modcast. I think it's gonna be Scarlett and myself and possibly Edie and MT and Elle. It's gonna be an all-star cast, y'all.
Well, there's nothing better than a good top of a muffin and a cup of coffee in the muff on a Friday morning.
That's right. That's right.
So I also just want to point out the number 9 rule of this room or this house is no drama from former rooms. But I would encourage anyone here to try to, enforce the rule. But, I'm willing to bet within 6 minutes, somebody's going to break that rule.
Oh no, this room's kind of winding down, John. You might lose that bit.
Oh, well, I could break the rule.
Well, there is that.
It sounds like you want to.
I know.
You want to speak up?
Sean,
I'll tell you some drama, John. This was a while ago, but preservation of the human race, and you were up there talking, and I said something about, not appreciating your recording. I understand you can do it, I understand it. Can you, I said, I'm just not going to talk if I think you're in the audience. You're like, you can't stop me. I'm going to find, it was like, you're going to find a way. And I just thought it was pretty hilarious.
Yeah,
force to be reckoned.
Yeah, I try not to let any kind of verbal or written attack on me go unanswered. And yesterday I really got into it with somebody on X, and I said, you're insulting my honor and my dignity. And, dignity is an important word because not a lot of people really have meditated on what dignity is, where it comes from, what's the source, or what is your dignity, or what you're willing to sell yourself for. Everyone sells themselves every single day in the workplace. So my question to the room is, what is your dignity?
My dignity is, I think, aligns a lot with how I make people feel. I don't want to be that person that makes somebody have a shit day generally. I don't want to be that person that makes somebody even feel unseen. More than what I do, I don't know. I just want to be nice to people.
Well, for every action, there is an opposite and equal reaction. King Nav, I'm wondering if I could ask you a question. What's your dignity, King Nav?
Normo,
Yo, what's up?
you're such a little room slut. You never stay anywhere for very long.
Ah.
You pop in here and I'll be like, oh, I'm gonna say hey to Norm. And I look and you're gone. And I'm like, yeah. He never sticks around.
Pour me a martini and threaten me with a good time.
Yep, he's always bouncing around. I'm just like, missed him again. You're in, you're out.
I guess I have like some kind of an extreme case. I like modding 3 rooms at a time. But I don't think I've ever hit 4.
Is that what it is?
You're mod or normal. That's what we call it.
Yeah. I'm like, we must just bore the shit out of him. He's literally not in here for 30 seconds. He's like, peace, I'm out.
El Normo, I'm wondering if you could read. Oh, he left.
See? He's like, I'm done. Got my green bean and I'm out.
He's a 60-second in the muff kind of guy.
Yeah.
Gone in 60 seconds.
We have those. We definitely have those. I like to follow him around sometimes and watch him go on his little crusades. Norm is funny in a room when he gets argumentative. Oh, there's my BFF, Red Drum.
So that Anon in the audience is my other account, and this is all being live streamed on 13 different YouTubes. But the links are all in the chat. And what's amazing is when Mojo is here, the super positive vibration. Literally, some of those rooms have thousands of chats. That's like, you can definitely look at the chats as like an analytics, for the size of the room. But I'm just saying, I hope everybody has a super happy, healthy, wealthy, positive vibration this Friday.
Thank you, John.
Look at this cowboy. Hey, Shake.
Alaikum salam.
Well, alaikum assalam to you too, Shake.
Alaikum shalom too. Or alaikum shabbat.
Alaikum Shabbat.
Have you had a muffin yet? Would you like a cup of coffee, Shake?
Oh, I did have one. I went to Dunkin' Donuts and I had a coffee cake muffin.
Coffee cake muffin, huh? That wasn't in the bowl last week. That's a good one, though.
Yeah.
I'd rank that one right behind blueberry. You win! Ewan's been in a lot of trouble over on the Jewish side, too. He's a naughty, naughty boy.
I've been absolutely destroying scumbags on this app. It's been great. Come on, you know me, serendipity. I'm a principled asshole. I'm a principled asshole. Stand by my principles.
I was one of your moms in that room last night listening.
Oh, were you not? Oh, there's like 7 of you guys. It's fucking
I
weird.
know. I was like, look at all these moms in here.
I know, it was hilarious. Oh my god, serendipity. That was one of the most fun rooms I've had forever.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. I'm doing 60 days in those rooms, by the way. 60 days.
I know, I heard.
positivity. I'm kind of just tired of this. Like, I'm not going to stand in solidarity with this scumbag, you know?
Yeah,
Just
but
the way that I feel.
Ewan, you got to realize in, communication, when you throw a insult at someone, I mean, it sticks to you.
Oh, I know. Don't worry, John, Kitover. I know. Wait till you hear about the trans shit that John's been.
Well, Ewan, I know it's Friday, and I just want to say it is more blessed to give than to receive. So click that link above if you want to absolve yourself of any former sins and acts. Oh no, he's a registered American voter. Look at the rules, Ewan.
He's not a registered
I can't vote for you, bro.
I'm not asking for your vote, sir. I'm asking for your U.S. dollars.
He doesn't have U.S. dollars, is my point. He's not in the country.
No, Ewan has a U.S. bank account, Ewan. Click the link above and send the dollars from your U.S. bank account. Be sure to look at the rules.
What's going on, Ewan? So, oh man, I'm great. Yeah. I just got back from walking my dog. Having a good day. I was up until like fucking 7 in the morning. I was just like fucking trolling the shit out of this guy on Saturday. Yeah, it was really fun. And I'm glad that you were there to see it, Saturday, because it was fucking hilarious.
You can actually, Ewan, ladies and gentlemen, I've just detected a rule violation. Number 9, Ewan, please review the rule list. What the F? You got me, you made me forget the rules so quickly, Ewan. I'm going to repeat the rules to you very quickly. No threats of violence. No doxing. Stay on topic. Keep your shares brief. Do not interrupt speakers, especially the moderators. Moderators may interject when appropriate. The N-word and K-words are forbidden on stage and in chat. Do not spam the chat. Do not bring drama here from any other rooms. English only. Keep
break that rule, sorry.
Keep families out of your mouth. No speaking while eating.
I didn't break any of the other rules. I did break that one rule,
They're loosely defined, that moderator discretion, Ewan.
though. I mean, John, I was the one who got dogged.
Well, some of them are loosely defined, not all of them.
All right, well, now that you're aware of the rules, if there's any other future rule violations, moderators will take action if appropriate.
Yo, is that your studio setup, Ewan? It's pretty dope, dude. Yeah, that's part of it, man. Yeah, it's a 6 video. Yeah, I really love this film. I had a bigger studio in Canada, but I like the studio more. It's smaller, but it's like.
Sid, you got any dramatic rages planned for the day?
No, I'm just chilling today. I'm actually working on a client's car, the truck, buffing out all the scratches and ceramic coating it. So I'm just doing that, and I got Clubhouse in my ear. But I can't, I got both hands full for the most part today, so I can't host any rooms.
Check out Scarlett's PTR. Watch out for flying monkeys in her cappuccino, y'all. Oh, Miss Scarlett. Did you happen to have any interesting conversations over lunch? Yeah, no, maybe so. Okay.
So it's just,
Hi, True Society. What's going on?
hey, Mohammed, we're about to do a breathing exercise. I don't know if you do that in Islam, but I like to encourage everybody to take the deepest breath of the day it for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Let it go. And say, I am in the muff.
So what are you talking about, idiots?
Hey, Muhammad. Muhammad.
Yeah, we certainly weren't talking about pedophile loving deities or prophets.
Are you in Hamas, Mohammed?
I wish, you know.
You wish you were in Hamas? Man, like, that's talk about losing a battle, right?
No, I wish I could be killing your soldiers at the moment, you know. You know, some idiots from Hamas keep killing your soldiers, and
Sorry, that's a rule violation. Please refer to the rules. Ladies and gentlemen, no threats of violence. Number 1 rule of this house.
You violated
Rejected.
rule number 15, which is don't start any war crimes in this ring.
No threats of violence.
But honestly, guys, I don't understand why you keep attacking a religion. Why this is really necessary? I'm a Muslim myself and I support Israel. I don't understand why you're doing this. I mean,
We weren't attacking a religion. He came in hot, okay?
yeah, but I'm just saying, it's not really nice to. It's not necessary. I mean,
We're up on stage in a room where we haven't even discussed religion or soldiers or anything and started in.
I know. I had a problem.
We're allowed to respond. We are allowed to respond to the space.
Yeah, but just attacking himself, not. Attack that idiot, not attacking on religion. I mean, every single religion. If you look for something, there are stupid things in it. There are in Judaism as well. I mean, if women is on period, if he touches anything, it becomes dirty. So for somebody else, that's not something that can understand. But for a Jew, that's kind of a rule. So I'm saying there are a lot of Muslims.
Listen, I'm a moderator, Agir, and I'm enacting. Hold on, Ewan, hold on. I'm enacting moderator privilege to interrupt. Please do not disparage vaginas and menstruation in the muff. Please proceed, Agir.
So I'm just saying.
I was just gonna say here though, like, I mean, for example, if I somehow got period blood on my jacket, I'm gonna wash my jacket.
No, it's not about that. It's just the women.
Ajir, duly noted. Okay, Ajir, I hear what you're saying.
Sorry, Serendipity. I'm just saying something to Ewan. You know, I know him because he's kind of he's attacking on everybody. He attacked me last time I spoke, and he claims that he's paying too much tax in the country that he lives, and just Muslims are the problem. And every single day when I come to Clubhouse for a few minutes,
I didn't say they are the problem. I'm saying that they are an issue in our country. Yeah.
Yeah, you're an issue as well if they are an issue because you're a foreigner. I don't understand who gave you a right to speak in behalf of the British people. I'm not defending any of those.
I'm talking about what happens in where I live and in my neighborhood.
No, I just gave you. No, you're delusional. I gave you statistics of the government. You did not accept the statistic of the government. You were saying government, government are just telling us lies. But they're relying on everything.
National investigation into cricket gangs.
Could you please, for many things, I gave you figures. I gave you figures for many things. You said governments are lying, but the parts that you like. You're not saying they're lying.
I said that they're not.
Yeah, but I told you, man, I'm an immigration advisor and I know the laws. You still told me that you don't know. You know, you're that type of person. You're not the type of person that wants to understand. What?
Here.
Yeah.
Wait. No drama in this room, okay? Just relax.
No, the drama queen here is you, to be honest.
You're the one screaming in this room.
No, you are. You're always with your microphone. I mean, just you're the only one in
insulting everybody, and you think you know too much. But to be honest, you know nothing.
Well, okay, so the issue with the UK is that they don't actually record statistics properly.
No, that's a lie. That's a big lie.
Hey, Mom speaking here. I would like for you guys to have this dialogue. It's neutral territory for both of you, but only one of you can speak at a time. Let Ewan make a statement, and then you will have the floor to respond. I promise. Okay?
Yeah.
So who's going to go first?
Let me make my point.
We'll make the point, okay?
Yeah, we'll let Ewan make his point first.
So in the country that I currently live, they don't actually quote unquote take down ethnic statistics. But the reason for that is because they don't want to release the data. Now, there was just a huge report called the Casey Report that was released that is now launching a national investigation into the rape and abuse of white working class girls by specifically Pakistani Muslims and a few other like Muslim groups, but mostly Pakistani Muslims in the UK in the thousands. And it happened over 50 towns and cities across the UK, and there are hundreds of thousands of victims. They've already recorded that data. They're working on the investigation, and I want to wait for that investigation to be finished before I come to an actual conclusion. But if we got to the point where there had to be a national investigation of this, I would say that's a problem. Okay, here?
So, you finished?
Yes, now the floor is yours.
I was not addressing that, and I totally agree with what remarks you made on Pakistani's grooming. That's something that is existed. It's a problem, and it's a really big problem. I totally agree on that. But you said migrants are not contributing to the country, but the statistics from Universal Credit shows that 87.8% of the Brits are claiming benefits. Only 1.5% of the refugees claiming benefits. And 98.5% of them are working and paying tax. So I did not defend the Pakistani Muslims or those extremist fucks because I have a problem with them myself. But I'm just saying, you attacking on migrants, you just sometimes talking like you're a white supremacist or something like that.
No, I'm not. I'm not racist at all.
Yeah, you say you're against it, but your accent, what you're saying, is not against it. You know? That's the problem.
Here. So can I respond to Revere now? Is that okay, guys?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. So here,
Ajir, are you finished making your point, or do you have anything else you want to say before I hand it back to Ewan? I don't want you to feel cut off. Okay, Ewan, go ahead.
So what I would say about that is that you're misunderstanding the point that I was making, because I wasn't talking about legal immigrants. I was talking about the issue with illegal immigration that's going on in the country. The illegal immigrants that are coming into the country are coming across by boats. In the past year, I think we've got something like 50,000, and yes, they are a net drain on the economy. We're spending something of upwards of $15 billion a year to house them in hotels. And it's not me that's going out and protesting. I'm just making the observation that British people, and it's not just white British people, there's literally been, I've seen video footage of Chinese people, I've seen video footage of Jamaican people, I've seen video footage of people of all different backgrounds, all joining together in this country to say that we don't want to be spending $15 billion a year on an issue that could be just easily sorted out by stopping bringing boats over and putting these people in migrant hotels. The other issue is that there's a specific lack of safety with a lot of these hotel locations. So for example, there are hotels that are housing 500 of these illegal migrants that are next to schools, and parents are terrified for their kids' safety, because we also have issues in those areas where those illegal immigrants have sexually assaulted underage, like children. So that is why across this country we're having protests all across it. Like there's something like every weekend now. There's 50 towns and cities, just like the Grimmy Gang crisis, apparently, where there are literal huge protests going on to stop this going on, and people are upset about it. I haven't been to a single one of those protests. Okay, so I would say that I'm not being racist at all, and I actually don't think that those protests are racist either. Most of the people are multicultural that are showing up to those protests, and they don't want this happening in the country. 15 billion pounds a year is being spent on it. They don't have to spend it.
Jir, are you back? I think he may have had audio issues for a minute. All right, well, there you have it.
So how's everybody else's day going today? I'm having a great day.
Great day. Happy Friday.
Are you drinking coffee yet, Owen?
I've had 2 coffees today.
So tell us about your little new baby.
She's the best thing in the world. I love her to death. And her and I get along super well. We're like good buds. It was really nice.
So how are you keeping peace How are you keeping peace in the home with your beautiful wife and your baby? Peace in the home in Hebrew means shalom bais. It's a little bit like a clubhouse, you know. Like, is there peace in the mosque?
Bills, John. That's how I'm keeping the peace in the home. Paying the bills.
Daddy's home. So if you voted comment with topic, put your topic in the chat. I think you all know what mine's going to be. In the muff. A lot of people don't like meetings, but I would suggest that, in the working world, meetings and getting to know people is the joy of life, not the downside of life. And a lot of people have a lot of frustration and anger and anxiety, and it really all boils from one place, which is communication.
Well, I mean, that's what this app is all about, right, John?
Well, see, Ewan, in the super positive Mojo Vibration Experience musical that I'm releasing this weekend with you, of course, because I know you're such a talented musician, but the campaign needs a DJ to bring us that funky Mojo positive vibration. I'm wondering, Ewan, if you could maybe play a little music for us and get this party campaign started.
I wish I could. Sorry, John. Can't do it right now.
Well, at some point, if you're
My
free.
studio. I'm not. I know my profile picture in the studio. I'm not in my studio right now.
No, I know that's just your profile picture. I'm just saying, maybe at some point when you're finished talking and you want to create something, musically, of course, I'd love to talk to you or listen to what you're creating.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I love creating music. I love, DJing is fun too. It's all great. I love celebrations. It's an amazing thing. But what happened to Ajir? Did he leave? Did he leave the room? Oh, there he is. Ajir, are you back?
Yes, I am. Yeah, sorry, because of the internet, I'm literally in the border between Iran and Iraq. Internet here, internet connection is really bad.
Did you get to hear my point that I was making?
No, unfortunately, I couldn't hear anything. If you don't mind.
Shame. I made a good point.
Yeah. So part of it I think I've heard a few words you were talking about the schools and this type of crimes which is going on in UK. I have no problem about that. I have a problem. I don't have a problem about what you said about what is going on in the UK, but some other things, information you provided, actually it was totally wrong and misleading. So, and also you try to make fun of my dress, wrestling dress. I'm really proud of it. I'm a gold medal winner. So I don't understand why attacking on people, and when somebody says something that you don't like,
that's great. No, I think that's great. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh. So if it's that, I'm not crazy to just attack people or making comments about people, and we are good. Thank you.
Yeah, man. No, I'm not against, like, okay. I'm not against all Muslims. I'm just talking about the issues that are happening in the country. People get very heated when things get brought up.
I'm just saying.
And so the point that I'm making is that okay, if I was incorrect about, a couple things, sure, like, that's fine. I'm trying my best. I'm actually trying to tell the truth as much as possible.
See, Ajir, what's happening is here. Hold on, Owen. I'm gonna interact with mod privilege here. You gentlemen are bringing drama in from a former room, and I just gotta say it's bleeding out in your conversation. So look at number 9 in the rule list. Put a little check next to it, and let's get this conversation.
I feel like they just kind of came to a meeting of the minds. I mean, Ewan apologized. Ajir said, he graciously accepted. I mean, that's progress. I like to see people make up.
Yeah,
I'm not out to hurt you. I'm not out to hurt all Muslims or anything like that. I'm just talking about what's going on.
You know what I want you to know, that I lost 2 of my brothers in fighting with ISIS. I literally died myself. I still have a problem in my leg. We fight with extremism. There are certain people and certain type of ideology which are not accepted in any type of religion. And it's not just Islam. In Africa, there are Christian militias that they beheading Muslims, and in Burma, the Buddhists are killing the Muslims and burning their bodies alive. I'm just saying, there are many crazy people, or I can say, because there are 2 billion Muslims, so obviously there are some scumbags over there, and they interpret the religion in the way they want, and and also because of the area, because always was going through war, some people, they don't really educate it, and I do understand they make problem if they go to the progressive country, to developed countries, and because they were not educated.
Wait, hold on a second, out here. This is moderator John speaking. I hate to interrupt, but I'm enacting mod privileges here. I think I just detected a lie that you told everybody in this room, and it's the biggest bullshit lie I've ever heard come out of somebody's mouth in my entire life. You know what that lie was? And before I tell you what that lie was that you just told everybody, I'm going to put it in the chat so you can watch the live replay of your lie. It's just one lie, but you may not, have caught it. But essentially, it's the biggest bullshit lie I've ever heard on Clubhouse in my whole life. Do you know what it was, Agir?
What it was? I don't know what you mean by that.
Wait.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, wait. No. Agir, English is not your first language, correct?
No, it's not.
All right, well, you are speaking English and you are obeying the rules of this house. But I just want to let you know, because I know English isn't your first language, and therefore you may not be aware of this one big lie that you just told everybody. So I just want to clarify. English...
Which is what John just get to a brief.
Oh, I'm sorry if this is causing anybody any anxiety, but, you can watch the replays, Agir, and you can find out the one big lie.
Just go ahead and say it.
Oh.
Are you talking about when he said I died?
Oh my God, there you got it, serendipity. Ding, 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 winner, chicken dinner.
With that dog, he potentially was wounded to the point of losing a heartbeat and was resuscitated, like,
I was in ICU. Yeah, exactly.
that's kind of how I took that.
So wait, you're talking to us right now. You didn't die. You didn't die. You said you died. How did you die? But now you're talking to us. Oh, Concrete, go right ahead, Concrete.
That being, all right?
Notice how he has the. I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying he's running for office, and this pettiness is a sign that he should never be in power. And I hope everyone gets to see it.
I find him to be quirky for sure. I find him to be entertaining sometimes.
He's a thieving, petty human being. You see what he just did to somebody who has faced tragedy? He took the opportunity to grandstand and call the person a liar.
But that's why I call him out.
He could have easily interpreted.
You're projecting, Concrete. You're projecting, as usual, Concrete. All right, please mute your mic, gentlemen. Moderator is speaking here. Moderator is enacting power.
My moderator status trumps your moderator status. We have rudely interrupted Azir's story. I would like for him to continue to tell it, so I'm going to give the mic back to him momentarily.
Well, I'm just saying, I was explaining that I was severely wounded during the war with these extremists. You know, when I said I died, I mean, I even kind of experienced death when I didn't know what is going on for at least 3 months. And later on until now, I'm carrying that pain and all of the suffers that I suffered from that war with those extremists. So I just wanted to say I understand all of these things. I did not mean that I died and I came back. I'm not Jesus. And yes, English is not my
Oh,
first
wait, Agir, hold on a second. I got to interrupt because I'm a mod. I just got to say, Agir, I know you didn't die because you're here speaking with us, but you just told us you died. And now you're saying you're not Jesus. Why did you think? Hey, Concrete. Do not interrupt. Do not interrupt the moderator. Do not interrupt the moderator. Listen, go ahead, Serendipity.
Here, I appreciate. Did you remove Concrete?
Absolutely, he's breaking the rules.
John, we don't remove people from the room.
Oh, we do if they break the rules. He's repeatedly breaking the rules.
You remove me as well because you're a dick. I mean, I'm definitely sure you don't have many friends because you're kind of God knows, you're type of people that claim you love your country, but you make a fight of me.
All right, you wanted me to remove him from the room? I removed him from the room.
Oh my gosh, John.
I'm sorry, but as a moderator, I will enforce the rules. That's what a strong leader does. Tell me if I'm wrong. Do strong leaders not enforce the rules? They do. And I looked at the rules and he violated the
No,
rules.
you're being arbitrary. You know that Mojo doesn't kick people from the room, he moves them to the audience.
I can't move them to the audience. Only power I have is to kick them from the room.
Y'all, I hope you have a happy Friday. I hope everybody has a wonderful day. I hope I get to see some of you lovely people this evening on the app. I'm gonna go take care of some work stuff, and hopefully I'll see y'all around in the month.
Technology, we can do better in our founding fathers, as we can set up a system of government that works beneficial to everybody. I don't know why we haven't figured it out, but it's all about money. It's all about greed. And we the people could easily stop it yesterday. We're years late doing it, but I don't know how we're gonna do it. It's a peaceful revelation, by the way. Or revolution, not revelation. Revolution. It's a peaceful revolution. And the way we do it is understanding that we can do the basics.
Okay, so this is on my list. DC is not on my list. Don't live in DC, Florida, and Texas. That's on my list now, Ramona. DC, Florida, and Texas.
This isn't gonna stop. It's not gonna stop in DC.
And Mississippi too.
Mississippi.
You know what I think? I think it's solidifying his power base there in DC, and he's gathering all the troops he can.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's what it sounds like to me.
Well, remember you were not able to walk around with a red hat in DC. Not saying that was right, but I remember you had to hide your red hat, your MAGA hat in DC. You used to have to hide it. Yeah, no, you don't have to hide it anymore. No, you do not have to hide it anymore. You can wear it loud and proud in downtown DC. It won't nobody say anything. So it changed from his first time election. First election, people were scared to wear it. Nobody wore it here.
I think that two things. I think DC is a test for use for other places, and I also think that in the future there's going to be something where he's going to want something done by the Congress, and they're going to not want to do it, even the Republicans, and he's going to use the military to coerce them.
What do you think California was?
Yeah,
exactly. And it's like
this is a test. This is only a test of your emergency military broadcast system. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean DC, he's got jurisdiction there, but yeah, Michael, to your point, it's like they're going to be governors like DeSantis, most Republican governors, be like, come on in, right? But I don't know. It's like he's out of his jurisdiction. Every other state has. I mean, he was borderline humiliated by Newsom when Newsom pushed back for the ICE riots.
GA got a flag on his ego. Any kind of slight on his ego is going to be met with unmitigated tantrum. I mean, force.
Pokemon, I'm so glad you came up and that you chatted in the chat. We're always welcome sensible people to the stage. We have some. I know you're in the room. You know, the club, the house, whatever they call it on here anymore. But I'm glad to see and hear a new voice on stage. So thank you.
Wait, who's Pokemon?
That's the lady who's been speaking. What she saw in DC and getting.
Oh, hey, I'm Ramona. I'm sorry, I'm blind. I wasn't looking. Well, I'm looking.
She really is blind. She's not just saying.
I really am blind.
No, well, Ramona still has better eyesight than Trump.
So the fact that
comment
targeted blue states, when is this going to be acknowledged as political attacks and a political occupation?
That's what I was saying earlier. Congressional war.
It should be a hate crime.
Queen, it's not gonna happen until he's out of office. You know that. You and I both know that.
I'm saying, like,
we're walking away from religion without religion.
People with that, whose job it is to provide commentary on these things.
Room creators and hate speech communicate polling you will be straight.
Who are not as astute, maybe not as literate as it relates to the Bill of Rights and Constitution. Who may not have the words to describe, like they know there's something wrong, but they don't know, quite how to describe it, because the war and civil war and declaration of war haven't been explicitly said out loud. I mean, the actions are speaking that loud and clear.
Well, Queen, they started this journey in 2014. Remember, they started making the media the enemy of the state and the demons. So what they did was, before they got here, they actually made the media in society untrustworthy. So guess what? Now, anybody who told the truth, they got fired. Y'all don't see the long line of people that got fired. Rachel Maddow almost got fired. You got Leslie got fired. A long line of people got fired. They started Don Lemon. All of these people got fired. So at this point, now newscasters are like, well, we can't say too much, because if we say too much, then we're going to get fired, and we're going to get pressured, because we know that we're going to get pressured, and we can't say too much in asking him directly, because we keep kind of point to determine. They took that from them so they could kick out whoever they want to, whoever asked questions they didn't like, just like the black lady, I remember that stood up. April or something was her name, and he kicked her out, and she hasn't been seen in any place on TV since then. This is what they started in 2014. So, Queen, now
I'm sorry.
they can
April
get.
Ryan is still around. And she's
April
on
Ryan is still-
television. Yes.
Okay, my bad. I hadn't seen her, so I retract that statement. But my point is this. They started this so they could do this, so the press would be afraid of actually calling it for what it is. That was the whole plan the whole time. So we can no longer depend on the press to actually call it for what it is. Now we've got to go to podcasts. Now we got to go to Joy Reid's podcast. And I'm just naming people. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with them. I'm just saying we've got to go to alternate media because that was the plan the whole time.
It seems really weird because you guys, I don't know how old everybody is in here, but there was a point in time when media, when journalists, it was immutable, their protection, their freedom, their ability to report the news, the good, bad, the ugly, without the only kind of ramifications they could have is if they lied. That's it. But it was always about the facts. I mean, people make fun of it, but it's just facts, ma'am. It really used to just be like that. Now it's not. They have no rights. They have no protections. They can't protect their informants. They can't, nothing. And if there's something they say, like you said, if they say something out of pocket, they're gone. You know, they may not be gone, but they're not standing up front asking questions anymore.
Ramona, I miss Walter Cronkite. My God.
Yeah. Dan Rather, Connie Chung, Brian Umphel, you know, I mean, even the 60 Minutes powers, you know, it was great to have it.
What I see that you wanted to speak, I just wanted to throw in really quickly that if you really wanted a good look at what's going on right now, watch the movie that was made with George Clooney a number of years ago called Good Night, Good Luck, which is the story of Admiral on the news. PBS many years ago, it's a true story. Recently made into a Broadway play as well that starred George Clooney as Admiral, and it's just like watching what's going on here. I mean, he really took a huge risk to do it on the Disney news, and he completely revealed everything that McCarthy was doing in the Senate, and it was a game changer. But the one thing I would say is, you know, we all know that freedom of the press is one of the first signs of a dictatorship. Just that when that goes, we're really in trouble. But what has sprung up through Instagram, through Substack, through other independent journalists using other platforms, is starting to fill in the gap. So every day, I don't get my news from traditional media. I don't have cable TV. I don't watch CNN or MSNBC. But I do watch Rachel doing her own posts on Substack or on IG. I mean, you can go to any of your leaders and you can see that they are posting in real time what they're seeing in their states, what they're seeing on the ground, what they're seeing happen in the White House. So it's not a solution, but they're coming up with a way, and this is all reader sponsored. None of this is corporate sponsored. It's not sponsored by ads. It's sponsored by Americans and people from all over the world who are paying to be able to have access to the programming and to get a look into what's actually happening. Go ahead, Rod.
What I wanted to say is that one of the problems is that Trump is deciding what is truth. And he's prosecuting and punishing people for what he says is not the truth. That's why all these people from the FBI who worked on January 6th are being fired. All the prosecutors who worked on January 6th are being fired because he has decided that that's not true. And he's doing that with other things as well. This is way worse than we are even recognizing. This is
a catastrophe. This is the end. Because there's no resistance. Why haven't we had a march? Because we're afraid. People are afraid to get into the streets. And that changes everything. Because there's no resistance, there's no organization, and we're afraid to do it. Because now they're carrying guns. And because the little bit that they did in LA, look at the response. So now Americans are afraid of the government en masse. Where's the big march? Where's the pussy march? Where's the March No Kings March? Why haven't we reacted? Because he's winning. Because we're afraid. Because things like attacking John Bolton, who was on his side, he uses the military against and the law against anybody. Look what's happened to Trish James. There are other people too who they're saying, oh, you have mortgage fraud. That's the easy one they can do. You guys, I don't know.
You're absolutely right, but I mean, just think about what happened back at the BLM riots when Trump said they should be using live rounds. You don't think he's going to be authorizing live rounds here? That's why people are scared. They don't have the right to protest. They don't have a right to use their voice without risking death. That's not what our Constitution is supposed to be about. That's not what our country's supposed to be based on. So fuck yeah, they're scared. We're scared. I'd be out there right now too if I could see where bullets were coming from. But, you're right.
MAGA and the Republicans have sold out everything. And every time we get a Republican in here, we have to try to hold them accountable. Because I don't know, maybe they'll see. But eventually, it's going to start to them. I mean, like, what are the sides of the Civil War? What are the two sides? It's the government against the people.
No, I believe that, Rosalind. I believe that we're getting very close to Civil War. And I don't think it's hyperbole, actually.
I don't know that it's going to be like MAGAs against the world, though. I think it's going to be even more insidious than that. Because if it were just MAGAs against the world, that would be fucked. There would be no war.
It's martial law that's good to me.
Yeah, it's going to be the people against actual government and authority figures. I don't think it's going to be civilians on civilians. Not like that.
We're not going to be. I hear what you're saying, Rosalind. Like it is, there is fear out there. But like as Emperor and Queen put in the chat, people are marching. There are protests. They're not being all covered. And I didn't realize the extent of No Kings. They're saying that was a record 5 million in numbers. 5 million across the country. Like that's people are, I'm trying to look at the protest half full, not half empty.
We definitely need another No Kings. I mean, because he's escalated since we did the first No Kings.
Well, this is the thing that I'm worried about more than anything. Is one, what I'm looking at is by 2027. It's going to get to a point where we're going to have a Tiananmen Square incident. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. There's going to be a kid standing in front of a tank. That is going to happen. This country will not slow down the direction that it's going into until we have a tank run over a citizen. It's going to take a Tiananmen Square incident for finally. Okay, that's enough. Finally, it's gonna take that. It's gonna take that because here's the issue, Rosalind. those damn liberals, they just want tampons and bathrooms. It's going to be that argument until a tank runs over a citizen. And at that point, then it can be, okay, they liberals, but they're Americans. That's it. It's going to be, it's not going to change until then. It's really not.
I think it's gonna be before 2027. It'll probably be this year.
Well, the problem with going out on the streets is you don't wanna play right into it and because you fade it and there are flooded the street and we all, I mean, if math has flooded the street, well, then they're gonna activate with their guns.
Right,
And now we played right into what he's trying to, at least he wants us violent.
right, but I mean, you don't have to be violent. The purpose for a demonstration like that is to demonstrate to him and the officers or the enforcers that there are more of us than there are of them. And that, whether it's from young to old, regardless of race or whatever, that like we're standing together for a common cause. And they'll see it, whether or not the media covers it or not. They will see it. Those people that have to look at us, the citizens, they will see it, that they're outnumbered. And, if they want to jump bad on their own citizens, then, hey, then we know that we've crossed at some point, at some point, if people are really serious and we understand fascism and living under dictatorship, if we've learned the lessons from the past of what that means, then we understand that, this comes with some risk. It's like Obama said, people, it was easy to talk about justice movements before because 9 times out of 10, we could do these things and make people get arrested, but the stakes are a little bit higher. But there is a lot more at stake, right? And so we have to just be real about the fact that this is not going to come without risk, but it has to be done for the future of this country, for our kids' futures, because I want my progeny to grow up like I grew up, free. We've gotten to a time of enormous freedoms, and I think that future generations of Americans should experience that. We worked hard as a society to get here, right? So I definitely think it's worth risk to maintain that, to hold the line, whether it means confrontation with this dictator or not. But I wanted to also let you guys know that there have been demonstrations all around the country. Last weekend there was a really big demonstration in San Diego. There have been so many demonstrations and rebellions against ICE in California in general. But it's being said, it's not being covered. I think that Democracy Now!, if you guys follow Democracy Now! On social media, they also have a website. Watch them. They cover the alternative. They're covering the resistance to this takeover, right? They're not corporate-backed media. They're independent media, and they've been covering resistance movements and activist organizations that are grassroots for people who want to get involved with that type of thing, but don't know where to look. Go to places like, look at Democracy Now, they interview organizations like Jewish Voice for Peace and other organizations that advocate specifically for the disabled, that are grassroots organizations, and those who are fighting for like affordable housing. Like there's so much activism going on in this country, and people are hitting the streets. Like people are out there. There was a concert, I believe, in DC, a public concert, a go-go concert, just out in the streets, and they were talking about free DC, and there was all kind of people out there, mostly black, but it was an integrated crowd. That might not have been typically covered as a protest, but it was a protest. So we just have to diversify, know where to look to get information about the resistance, because the mainstream media is not gonna.
Right, and as far as independent media, I really highly recommend Midas Touch for one, and the other was a little reel that I wanted to share with you from Bulwark, talking about what's going on in DC. So when there's a moment of lull, I'm happy to stream it for you.
I gotta pull back just a little bit, y'all. Y'all scare me y'all scare me. Y'all say this thing. Y'all scare me. Cause Sandra, do y'all not? I mean, did y'all completely miss that Central Park is on top of a black town? The stakes are not higher at all. There was people that were massacred during the civil rights struggle. Massacred. Them bringing up, have y'all not seen the pictures?
That was not our lifetime. Not our Gen X.
No, I'm a Gen Xer, but hold up, Queen. This is my point. And what you just said, I'm a Gen Xer. But to be hyperbolic enough to say that this is the worst, no. This country is 250 years old as of next year. This is not a level that it hasn't been. We are returning back to the level it was before. That's my point that I'm saying. And guess what? With whole towns being wiped out, whole communities being wiped out. Hold on for a minute. Whole towns being wiped out. $3 million evaporated from the Freedmen Savings and Trust. They've been stealing from Americans for forever. And the fact that we have the luxury, I'm going to 70. We have the luxury of saying, hey, you know what? We, for the majority of our lifetime, had the luxury of saying, hey, we're not going to have to go back there. We can only go forward. The fact that we have to go back and fight the same fight that my mother and my grandmother had to fight on the same turf, on the same soil, to re-fight for the same rights that they battled for is craziness. And to think that we're not going to have to pay the same price or walk in by people struck up on trees. I don't want to be hyperbolic and fear mongering. I'm just saying the cost is the same. It's the exact same. There was National Guards in the street. They bombed, y'all. They bombed. The federal government bombed Philadelphia. They bombed a town. They bombed a whole community. I'm just saying. I'll close my mic.
Yeah, because I just wanted to say, because you mentioned Tiananmen Square, let's talk about Kent State University in Ohio, where the military was armed and killed 4 students.
on their own. We don't need affirmative action anymore, and all of this other nonsense. Is they weren't the ones who died and fought for the lifestyle that we had the privilege to live during the late, 20th century, right? Like I think a lot of us, and definitely our children, have taken our freedom, the privileges of citizenship that we've been able to take for granted. We've taken it as, hey, this is it. Like, we can never go back, right? And so that's why I'm saying that people have been, the activism that has been happening to police violence and things of that nature, that's as much as we experience, right? They're not, so you see, like Rosalind was saying, white supremacists, they're back on code, right? All this bullshit is happening with Trump. Here, they're direct line back to black communities. They're marching in the hood, right? Nobody had to tell them where to go, right? They're marching in the hood. So, yeah, we're back fighting, having to fight the same fights that our grandparents and their parents fought and died for. The struggle is not over, but we can't ignore the fact that we have not had to fight on that level in this generation. We haven't. And so we have to definitely make our people aware that, yeah, this is where we are. Because, again, as to what Sandra is saying, people think that they are they're not ready to sacrifice anything or put anything on the line. Meanwhile, your voting rights are going, the EEOC got it, right? They're not prosecuting any civil rights violations against black people. They're looking at reverse racism against white men. Like, all of the shit, like, we're not holding the line at all. We're acting like we don't have anything at stake. And so that was my point. But like the Nazis and the white supremacists, they jump right back where we left off. So while the army is fucking with the immigrants and the homeless, yeah, we're going to your black neighborhoods and we're gonna march in different cities where we bold enough to do such things, Cincinnati and all these other things. This is, are we responding like we're supposed to respond? No, people still don't get it. People still think that this is a joke. So this is why I'm saying that there's a lot more at stake.
Charleston, South Carolina,
right?
Which is a military
and
college.
Don't forget, some of us voted for this bullshit.
The U.S. Army National Guards.
And a lot of black people are coming out speaking for this, like advocating for this dumb shit. So yeah, that was my point. That was my only point.
King, that's true, but I just think that if they had a large group of black people in a protest like that, he already said during the George Floyd, can't we shoot them? So now who's gonna tell him no? It ain't gonna be Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth already said that they can open fire, basically. Why not? Shoot them. Now in Florida, if you're on the highway protesting, they can run you over and they ain't gonna get no time. This is different.
And when
they run.
Right, and so if you remember too, during the George Floyd protest, the people who actually lost their lives, like marching, were white.
advertising technology for
right. So like there is again, the Civil War was not like whites against blacks, right? Like they're attacking blue states, right? So these are also white people that are being, like, again, we have to see what the field is. So it's not just like we can't go this alone, and neither can they, because all of our rights are under attack, and all of our cities are about to be under occupation. If they can, they're threatening Chicago now. We're going to Chicago. This is an occupation by our own military. So black people are supposed to sit home? Like, how are we supposed to not respond at all? We are American citizens, right? And then we're being mocked and used as pawns by cocksuckers like this motherfucking miscreant, what's the motherfucking roach's name? Miller.
Shut up, bitch.
Stephen Miller.
Oh, you got me.
We're being used as pawns and mocked and
Okay.
saying, well, the black people want this. That means we're not speaking up loud enough.
No.
And we gotta make sure that the world knows that we're like, this is not our agenda. This is not the black agenda. This is not what America is. By the time they get through with the shit, America's not even gonna be America no more.
Yeah, this is
Not
what
the America we live.
Yeah, this is what fascism looks like, the transition. Because most people think that they just dragging people in the streets right away. No, it's a slow, long, subtle transition. And then when you see the difference 10 years later, that's when people go, what the fuck is happening, right? But if you study history, you'll understand the places, that go into authoritarian. This is what the transition looks like. It's not going to be hell on everybody, not right away, but it is for everybody in the end.
That's what keeps us sleepy, because we're not in the attacked group. That's what keeps the only chance we have at this point is a multicultural pushback. It cannot be a black pushback. They're trying to distract us by making us fight black and white. Because anybody who wants to live in a multicultural democracy needs to be out there. And that's not all black people. That's everybody. That's all people who want America the way it was trending. It was arching towards more freedoms. Anybody who wants that needs to be out in the street. We can't get caught up with tampons and little tiny things. That is just meant to keep us home, fighting, and asleep. While they rob us blind. He is taking money. He's made billions of dollars since he became president. They're corrupt, and they use the law against American citizens. We as American people, not as blacks, because if we do it as blacks, they will mow us down. There's no question. They're itching to mow us down. And they're itching to have martial law anywhere in Chicago or any of these places where there are black people. So it has to be a large multicultural pushback.
Rosalind?
Because...
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
No. I didn't want to cut you off. I thought you was done, Rosalind. I didn't want to cut you off, sweetie. Go ahead.
No, I was done. I was just going to repeat myself, I'm sure.
No, I'm just going, y'all, I'm an old Southern boy, and I think there needs to be a lot of different perspectives to this. I've been around for a minute. I'm an old geezer. I know it. And I'm of the mindset, you know what? Let these white folks and these Hispanics that sang for Donald Trump, now they're getting deported, let them go march. Let Asian people go march. Let them go do that. And we need to actually fortify Black America and actually learn how to take care of ourselves and put ourselves in a better financial position. Actually learn how to extricate finance and wealth out of the system intelligently and work on building infrastructure. I think that's what we need to do. But I'm with Sandra. I'm like,
soon as we show our black face out there, we catching the bullets first. Because I believe that the reason why he is actually putting guns in the hand, somebody said they got pulled over by a Nissan Sentra or a Toyota Corolla or something. And I'm like, the reason why this is happening. The reason why he wants to do this is because he wants to heighten the temperature to a powder keg. And I believe that black people have been here long enough to go about this intelligently. And I think the most intelligent thing we can do is
let's talk about vaccination. Real clear
and actually do
where
it
you're
from an
at vaccination
administrative
first.
level. I'm not talking about political.
Vaccine, or if you're a fan of other vaccines.
And
Let me just start with COVID-19. That vaccine response, the HEROES Act in March of 2020 was the first $1 trillion tranche of omnibus bill that Darren LeBret voted for. And that is the start. That's when Pfizer was able to print up 30 billion cocktails. A lot of these vaccines were manufactured in India because it was a patent and it was mass produced around the world. I'm going to crush this and I'm going to recycle it for the American people and for the people in the state of Illinois.
Here's the point that I'm making. Is if you look up crime statistics, DC is not even in the top 15. There are so many other red cities and red states that have a worse murder rate than DC. And my point is, if you want to do something about that, go get them other states first. They're not. And I think it's a blue city with a black mayor. Exactly, Queen. That's exactly what I'm saying. And to actually say this is everybody's problem, I'm sorry. I've been living too long. It's not. This is the way that they do what they want to do. And they did the same thing with segregation.
Can I ask you a question? How while you're talking about moving in the shadows and figuring out how to extract the financial or economic gain from the system, aren't you missing the point that the whole point, or one of the goals of segregation was to keep us from participating in the economy? So if they're...
Where did Queen go? Where did Queen go? Did she swipe herself out?
Maybe she swiped herself.
I've been knocked down ever since I came in the room. I've been knocked down 3 times. I mean, not knocked down, but
This app is wilding out. But I mean, she's right. It was to keep us out of the system. No, I'm gonna throw it right to Utah. The fact of the matter is, they can't at this point, because the doors that they left open for their children, we actually walk into the same doors. We can actually manipulate, just like he's manipulating the market, we can actually take advantage of the same thing. We have been doing it. I actually taught a 6-hour class on just Roots, the Roots app by itself. That is actually a REACH program that actually has the renters invest into funds and investors can invest into. It's solely in Atlanta. That's to keep black people in their homes. It's an investing app.
Let's talk about vaccination.
They've already actually passed out $4 million in dividends. It is happening in the financial sector. It is happening, and I think that's how black people ought to move. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, as a person who lives in the call himself trying to go, this is how you know what y'all were saying earlier, this ain't about crime, because they ain't going in Ward 7 and 8, where the black people are, where the poorest among us are. They hanging out in the tourist area. But again, going back to the humanity, they get pushed back as they should, right? But for us as a people, we don't have to necessarily be marching on the street as a form of resistance. Resistance comes in all different forms. So guess what? The CEO of Target stepped the fuck down, because y'all might see a few black people there, but for the most part, Target lost so many millions of dollars on purpose, right? Billions. And so, right. So, you know,
want to join us. But for the most part, we ain't gotta be necessarily in the street. But you see how, what is her name? The fucking drunk ass judge saying that there's not gonna be federal crimes if residents of DC walk outside with their rifles and shotguns. They're not really talking about black people, because I know black people who legally have guns in DC with the permits and the actual paperwork. But I bet you they won't come outside.
We ain't stupid, Todd.
With their guns. Right, exactly.
Hey guys, I have an update on the Target CEO. So he's not leaving. He became executive chairman of the board, and his successor is understudy. So keep fucking boycotting Target, because they're not gonna. I don't think they're gonna change. It's the same mindset that's still on the board.
Oh yeah, the boycott's still on.
Yeah. Just want to make sure you guys know, right? Keep it pushing. You know.
Yeah, Jeremy.
We still making long ass lines at Costco, so don't worry.
Yeah, Jeremy. I talked about that on my podcast. It ticks me off because it's not a celebration. It's not even a victory, because the issue was not the CEO. The issue is the board and the way the board makes policies. And we can't claim victory over Target until the last Target store closes and they are run out of business. You can't claim victory until then, because guess what? All they did was offer up that dude and say, hey, it was his fault, and we don't think that he instituted DEI the right way, and when he took it back, it actually caused us to lose dollars. So guess what? We're going to fire him, which they didn't, like you said, Jeremy. And they're not going to tell the truth about that. We're going to fire him from being CEO. Please bring your black dollars back to us, because we heard you and we fixed something, which is BS.
I'm curious to see how the lawsuits against Target by the shareholders could play out. Because they're like, you lost us a bunch of money. Yeah, that's a higher position.
Queen, did you knock yourself out?
Yeah, I'm back.
Wait, go ahead and finish your thought.
Hey, you guys.
You guys point
I'm back just a little bit, GA, because I do hear you that it's not a total victory and the last Target is closed. But I think if we along the way celebrate that we do things, then how do we, in the minds of folks who are trying to do that thing, what's wrong with counting it as a win? Especially if you participated by not going. If you don't ever get a chance to celebrate, or that it feels like you did something worth doing, then what's the point?
Because they play the long game and we keep celebrating the short game. That's why.
All right. I'm not talking about the long game. I'm talking about because the war. There's a whole war, but there was a battle there that can be celebrated, and I'm not sure why that can't be. Nobody said it was over, but to not acknowledge that because of something people got together to do, that and it, what's happening internally, whether he moved to another position or whatever. I think it's Michael. Michael had the hard stats on what happened since February, and there was a difference made. And why we can't celebrate that? Why say we can't? I don't get it. It's not about it's not about the war. It's the battle on the way to winning the war. And I'm confused why that, from your perspective as a business person, I just don't get it. Because you are a business person, but I'm talking about other people who are not business minded like you. If they participated and something happened, why can't that be celebrated?
Deborah, when I was a kid, I never celebrated that I gave a kid a black eye when he whipped my ass.
street, and I leave the fight with a broken arm and a broken leg and a busted mouth. I don't celebrate. Well, I hit him 2 times, but he beat me for 45 minutes. Nah, you can't celebrate that. And I think we are so easily distracted as a culture when this is just how I feel. This is personal feeling. They playing in our face. They literally are playing in our face, saying, we know what you want, but what we gonna do is, we know you're not intelligent enough to know that this ain't a real solution, so we gonna just give you something, and we know y'all gonna have a couple barbecues and cookouts and celebrate, and Jamal Bryant is gonna preach and have people running up and down the aisle, and y'all gonna think y'all gotta win, and we gonna go about our business like we was before. That's what I
think you underestimate black people. So okay, I'm gonna go on mute.
I don't think it's us to underestimate, but there's a portion that read the headline. That's anybody, right? They read the headline and they take it as is without looking into it, and then they just kind of rest. You know what I mean? So we want to make sure that everybody makes their decisions based on accurate information. That's it.
Yeah, go ahead, Queen. I was just gonna say we need to keep their foot on what you said, Jeremy. We need to keep our foot on their necks.
And nothing has changed, right? It's not personal about the CEO necessarily, who is now the head of the executive board, which is the highest position in a corporation, right? It's about the policy change and their willingness to, make diversity a part of their core values as a corporation, the hiring of, being inclusive and to make sure that, people can know that they value diversity, and they don't, do discrimination as a core value, like that means something, so I think that it's superficial what happened to the CEO. It's really superficial.
Yeah,
it's
I'm not
more
in
public
disagreement with you guys.
It's for public relations, and
yeah, there's a such thing as a benchmark too, and you have to see some effect of what you're doing, whether or not it's working. And based on what Michael said the other day, he's here. I don't know if he can repeat those stats or whatever, if he wants to or not. But there is a such thing as a benchmark. And so, you have to see if what you're doing is making it. And not one said to stop or that we won, but to recognize that what we're doing, maybe I shouldn't say celebrate, but I think it's okay to recognize that it's impactful what we're doing. It's not over. It's not over. But if you're making an impact, what's wrong with saying that out loud?
Yeah, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I do remember that from 23 to 24, they lost $3 billion. From 24 to 25, they lost $3 billion. And then so far this year, since February, they've lost $12 billion. So there's definitely a change this year.
I'm sure that, I get it, and I agree. I'm sure that
celebrate that.
During the bus boycotts, when at various stages or checkpoints or status meetings, when King would have to say, well, this is what's happening so far, and we're moving ahead, and it was a good motivation for the people in the congregation. So yeah, I'm not opposed to none of that. It's just that he also at the same time had to remind people that it wasn't over and that there was a bigger fight, and so we gotta kind of do both. As long as we're doing both, is good.
Yes.
Also, when they announced the new CEO, the stock actually went down because the investors didn't like the fact that they chose that person, so they lost even more money.
And to me, that's why it's so impactful, is because nobody has to open their mouth and did an act. Stop going. We didn't have to do anything. We didn't have to sacrifice our body. We made a decision not to go, and it made a difference. And to me, that's impact.
It was a little bit more difficult for me because Target's like 3 blocks away. I have to actually drive to go to the store now.
Deborah, I agree. And I started doing Shipt, which is a shopping service, and Shipt started at Target. So I mean, I'm turning down tons of runs that I could be doing. I try to do a couple every day since I'm a retired lady. But I refuse to go to Target, so I ain't doing Target. So I've been going to Myers and Kroger's and stuff.
Shout out to Myers. Shout out to Myers. Old school Myers, where you can get a vacation, get your glasses, book your honeymoon, get your tires changed, get a tan, and buy you buy the siding to your house all in one store. Shut up.
Right. And also just keep in mind, again, I think I said this the other day, because of the shape of monopolies and the fact that there's been so much consolidation of companies, it's gonna two things. It's gonna be very difficult to really cut off your engagement with the parent corporations of these businesses. Like you may think that you're not supporting a business, but you actually may be, because again, they're all owned by the same parent corporation. But also, with the economic projections, people are probably not gonna. I mean, well, this is with the projections. You can expect that your expendable income is going to, not allow you to do much engagement with retail anyway. They've been saying that retail as a sector has been going down because of online shopping and the behemoth that is Amazon. So just keep these things in mind. There have been several informatic sheets that show the ownership and the agglomeration of who's affiliated with what. So, and it's crazy.
It gets more. Oh, sorry. It gets more insidious than that too, because I don't want to give the Koch brothers any money, and the Koch brothers own a bunch of paper product companies, and so I looked up, which paper towel companies are owned by the Koch brothers, and so I don't buy those. But I found out recently that the Koch the Koch brand, one of their paper towel brands, whatever, they patented the half full, like the half sheet, and all paper towels have the half sheet. So whenever you buy paper towels, you're giving the Koch brothers money, and there's no way to avoid it unless you avoid paper towels.
Not trying to, bust anyone's bubbles or anything like that. I think that the more we're informed about these things, like we have to know the field. We have to know the battlefield. We have to know the lay of the land. We have to know what's going on so that we just again don't get lulled to sleep. And we can keep our eyes, steady on central organizing like there was during the 60s, right? So we kind of have to depend on each other to make sure that we're informed about just like strategy and what's proving to be effective and what may not. What's, I say just play your lane, whatever you're gonna do, because most people are not gonna do nothing. Whatever you're gonna do that and do it to death. You know what I mean? Just know we're pretty captured out here. And that's the reason why there were laws against monopolies and the robber barons, because it took away a lot of power from the citizen. These battles were fought way earlier in the history of the country because of the way the laws have been manipulated. We don't have as much power as we once did.
Lisa, I wish I had it like that. If I could pull together those kind of funds, because it would probably take close to about $2 trillion to make that happen. But if I had it like that, I promise you I would. I'd do it in a heartbeat. I would put a smaller store next to every single Target everywhere across the country that specialize in just black-owned brands and call it Bullseye. I promise you I would. But I don't have it like that. And yeah, it's because my nickname is Petty LaBelle, Petty Murphy.
It's too bad that it's really has been undermined in a lot of ways um, because the organizing principles was effective in mobilizing some people, right? It's hard to keep people motivated um, in a climate like this, because there's like no. I mean, that used to be the church. Everybody's going every week, you know, and the messaging is very direct. Whereas on the internet, you're getting information from all over the place. You really don't know what's what. It's a hard thing to decipher, but it's worth the attempt, right? It's worth the time to educate yourself. It's worth the fight.
You know what? And Queen, I'm so glad you said that because I know it just, I tell you what, before social media, before the internet, it just seemed like, man, it was so much easier. Everybody went to church. You could make the announcement at church and people would be there. The march, the protest, whatever it was, they would be there. That was our social media back then. We moved like that. But now, because I'm not going to pontificate on that, but because of the fact that the sentiment is all preachers are crooks, all the preachers are shady, that wasn't really the sentiment back then, even though preachers did nothing different than they're doing now. There were still preachers with whole families across town. But the church was seen as the hub of information. It was seen as a place where people get help. They moved differently. They saw it differently. It just, like I said, I don't know. I don't know. But I will say, for me, I have four daughters. My oldest is 33. My youngest is 15. They give me hope. Because those jokers, man, how they got on Twitter and reserved all the seats to Donald Trump's campaign and didn't nobody show up. They can move
following now. But I watch Trinity and I watch my church too. So the message is still getting out.
I work for Church of Christ. I'm their webmaster.
Oh wow! So you help make it possible so I can watch it. That's an awesome church.
Yeah, I've been with them for decades now. Very much involved in the activist space, and they have. If you go to the website, also advertise social justice activities within the community. Not all of it is local, some of it is enjoyed online. So it's CharityChicago.org. The social justice goings on that charity is part of.
I'm glad you told me that. I haven't been to the website in a while. I'll definitely check it out.
I'm a member of Bedside Baptist as well. And I don't say that there's a lack of people watching churches. I'm just saying the feeling of church, as in the community of church, it feels different. It feels different than it used to feel.
Well, it is different. And see, I'm in Michigan, and during COVID, I lost 27 friends to COVID. It started with the Kojak pastors because they had that big conference in February of 2020, and so many of them died, and it spread. So Detroit got hit heavy, and I'm here in Lansing and lost 27 friends, and the youngest one was 26 years old, and she had 3 children. So her mama that I went to school with, who is my age, is raising them babies. So it was devastating. And then my pastor left too after COVID. So I just haven't been back because I haven't decided if I want to stay there or not. But I still watch, I'm still in the community, but I just haven't made a decision yet.
Hey, well, I feel that, I don't say this often, but I was a licensed ordained elder in the Church of God in Christ. And up under Bishop Nathaniel Wells, I lost 9 mentors.
See, that's what I'm going to say, because you know what I'm talking about.
I lost 9 mentors. I lost the superintendent. I lost Superintendent Flake, Bishop Wells, and just that broke my heart. I mean, I know I'm 54, but all of the men that were my mentors
wish I could visit there. Maybe I'll be able to go and visit y'all.
Hey, Lisa, you there?
She in the chat. I don't know if she can talk.
Right. Rosalind, what she said about the museum scared me. Is there any way that could happen? If you still here?
What I said about the museum?
What King said about the museum?
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Um,
What did King say?
can you repeat it for me?
So we know that Trump has been looking around with funding that goes towards African American History Museum. And so our church, part of our church budget goes to that museum, donate to that museum, and then all the membership has bought memberships to the museum, so we give monthly to the museum for our memberships. But also, we're saying that, we're hoping that financially we can help fill those gaps unless Trump just shuts it down entirely or tries to eliminate it or makes them close because they're over some shit.
Absolutely, he can do that. He can absolutely do that because what he does is he does it first and then fights in the court. And the court is too slow to react. That is why Elon Musk has been able to do so much damage to all the American agencies because they're fighting court later. But he'll do that first because it's a woke museum. He'll either do that or close the whole bottom half of the museum, which is the slavery part. So I can see either one of those things happening. Absolutely. He gets involved in everything. He makes himself president of the Kennedy Center. He picks the honorees. Look what he's doing to colleges. If he's doing that to Harvard and making Harvard pay all that money, and other colleges too, Columbia also has to pay him money. What makes you think he couldn't do that to the museum? And he'll do it, and then people will complain, and then we'll litigate. In the meantime, the damage will be done.
In a normal company, you wouldn't do that because you don't want to be caught in litigation. He's not paying for none of this, right? So all he's doing is getting staff and different people, different units to go to court and deal with it. It doesn't cost him anything to do this foolishness. It's not even costing him bad press because you realize bad press is all good press for him.
That's why he's been able to do so much damage.
I'd like to weigh in with something that just broke regarding Maxwell. There was the transcript of the interview. Part of it came out. They released a small part of the transcript. And so Todd Blanche had said to her, so there's been a lot of conversation about whether Mr. Epstein maintained like a list of people, like a book of famous people that he knew. Like it's called a black book or a white list. Do you know of the existence of any such list? Maxwell said, there is no list. We'll start with that. The genesis of that story I can actually trace for you from its absolute inception, if that is what you're interested in. It is. And then her attorney responded, well, first, to be short, there is no list. There's no client list. Nothing like that.
That's because she's the list. She's the list. But she's gonna protect that orange bastard.
Correct. Yeah, and so I was gonna so I shared several weeks ago that the whole thing about pushing this out past Labor Day with Congress was for them to create a narrative, and then after Labor Day, people are gonna be over this, and I think this is the final play here. So this transcript is getting disseminated all over X right now, so MAG is getting it. So I think
Yeah, and the other part about that, Brian, is who started the run for the Epstein list? It was them. Because they were gonna pin the whole thing on the Clintons and say how dirty the Clintons were. And that's why they got so pissed, because it's like, how you gonna protect the Clintons? How you gonna protect the Clintons? But it's going, they're gonna flip this to, this was a witch hunt on Trump. And then they're gonna whitewash it. That's what's going on.
I think it's gonna divide MAGA.
No, it's not. No, it is at all. The idea that because the response is there is no list, right? So as he says it over and over and over again, it will be believed. So what's interesting to me about it is the approach isn't going to be to go after the Clintons and flip it all there. It's just to basically do a Jedi mind trick and say it never existed, right? And I think, sadly, that approach will work. These are the
That was nice. Whoever said that, that was nice.
That was me.
OG Brian. No.
I can always count on you.
Right.
I'm Scotty. Welcome to In the Muff with your friend Mojo.
Kennedy, get over, my man.
Welcome to In the Muff. This is our first room. We're back. We're better than before. And this is your friend Mojo. Hey Scott, how you doing? I know we've had some conflict in the past.
Hey, you're my man. You're always my man. You're always my man. My main libertarian liberty.
Thanks, my brother. Go ahead and invite people to the first room. This is our first room. This is a positive Mojo vibration in them. You see, Mojo has already conditioned so many people, and he's gone. So we're here to fill the void, to fill the vacuum in the mouth. Were you enjoying the klezmer music, Scott?
I always enjoy you, buddy. Are you going to come to the critical thinking forum today and do a little campaigning?
Well, I was there yesterday. I raised my hand multiple times. He didn't bring me.
I'll bring you up. Just I didn't see that you were. I didn't see you were going. I didn't see you were.
Hey Mojo. Hey John. Hey Scott. I always live for your breaking your Trump impersonations on CTF. It's awesome.
It's a fantastic room, like Gary. I think he's kind of a little bit of like a Democrat, but you know what I mean? Like, the problem is the illegals. Okay, there's so many people in that room that are murderers and rapists and illegals. I mean, they come in the app. They just come in, and the Democrat Biden let them all in the app. Okay, Sleepy Joe. He lets them in the app. There's like 2 million illegals on the app, okay? We love that, but we've got to get rid of them. We've got to get ice on the app.
And to the candidate, I certainly hope you're rising in your polls there.
Welcome to the room, Salima. Welcome to Positive Mojo.
Hey, thanks for the invite. I came in here because Scott was here. I just wanted to listen.
Salima is fantastic. She's like one of the most beautiful people on the app, even though she's like in Europe. We're like, they don't have Trump, but we're gonna take it over. It's like the 56th state, okay? It's fantastic. We love Salima. She's fantastic. Salima, it's always great to see you. I hope you're doing well.
I am, thank you. So what are you guys talking about?
Positive things only.
So John is running for the U.S. Congress. Congressman candidate, Congressman John Kitover he's running the primary to unseat a guy, an incumbent, and he's leading a revolution. He's trying to raise money on Clubhouse. He's a man that is a wild man at Clubhouse. I've known him for years, and I love the guy. So he brings a lot of life and spice to the.
Is he running for the Anarchy Party?
He's running in the Republican Party, but he's so far right, he's left. He's so far left, he's right. He transcends the political divide. He is candidate, Congressman John.
Well, I mean, exercise your freedom of expression. If you are so far right or left, then kudos.
Click the link above. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Stay abreast of everything Clubhouse. We're live right now in the recording studio. You can see live footage of this room. You're all being recorded onto YouTube. This is like taking one record from one platform and transferring it to another platform. Please review the house rules. All rooms are live streamed. And don't bring any drama from any other old.
Yes, he streams the rooms to YouTube. So if you're uncomfortable with having your beautiful sonorous voice, Celia probably maybe like the most
as Trump would say, like maybe like the most beautiful voice on the app again. So you have a sonorous voice that he's streaming live.
Wow, thank you. What a compliment. I appreciate it. So this anon thing is still a thing on Clubhouse, huh? There's someone listening.
Someone should have been.
That someone might be me, and that someone might be live streaming this room onto you.
I tried to get Jane in here, but she told me she quit the app, so she'll be off for 6 hours, and then she'll be.
She didn't run her patio room last week. I think she actually might be done with Clubhouse.
No, I've seen her do this a million. She does this like a couple times a month. What she does is she starts going into those dark rooms, and she's like, I can't do this, I can't do it anymore, and then like she'll take it down, and then she'll be.
So is this John Kitover thing legit, or is it a joke, or?
It's legit. It's a real campaign. It is a real campaign. He's getting signatures. John, how many signatures do you need to get on the ballot?
We need about 700 signatures confirmed, but about 1,500 just in case.
How many do you have?
We have 0 at the moment.
So you gotta work on that, buddy.
Yeah, I've been trying to onboard people onto Clubhouse, but unfortunately, many of the people, who have applied for the position seem to be incapable of downloading the app and making it to the stage. So that's my first filtering technique to prevent anybody from wasting their time with this campaign. So unfortunately, the employee turnout for the campaign hasn't been spectacular, but we're going to do heavy lifting regardless and drive out to Rockford ourselves with some of my local friends to get the signatures. So I have no doubt that we're going to get what we need.
Will you debate the incumbent? Will there be a debate? Is that thing?
I'm hoping it'll happen, but regardless, we just had some really good press released today. You can go to John Kitover IL on X to view the actual 45-minute interview that I did with somebody like yourself. And I haven't been able to convince you to do the same thing with me, but I'm hoping after you see this 45-minute podcast interview that you will change your mind and we'll do what we did with George here.
Bring you on the national or international. I have listeners on every continent except Antarctica.
You want to see the video?
Sure, post it up there.
There's 10. It's called Prairie State Report. There's only 1 subscriber on YouTube. So, any drama related to this video when we only has 1 subscriber shows you how emotionally sensitive people are, because we have no audience, but it is a professional podcast interview. I'm going to pin it for you. Please subscribe to his channel because, he's trying to make a go of it in media, and I appreciate him for putting together the podcast, which is what I've been asking you to do, Scott, but you can't seem to pull yourself into doing it. It could be because you don't want to be associated with me or you're lazy. I'm tending.
Well, it's just that it might not be that you're having a very specific conversation. I don't really have political candidates on the show, Jimmy. I generally have like authors.
Yeah, thought leaders, authors, I'm all of that. So click the link above, watch the interview, and you tell me, why can't you do that?
All right, I'll check it out.
Let's watch it. Tell me, after you watch it, you're going to say, you know what, that's exactly what I do. And you know what, I could have candidate Congressman John Kitover on my podcast because he's professional and everything he said is pretty much accurate. So go ahead, watch it. You don't have to watch it right now, but at least look at it so you can hit the like button and then share it, or, it'll be in your history so you can go back and watch it. But I am going to play the audio from it as well. And you can just listen to the audio version of the interview. but it's professionally edited. He took out all the ums and ahs and look and listen and all my filler words, and he worked his ass off on it. So this guy did all this for free.
He took the filler words out. Was he used an AI algorithm?
I have no idea. He used Zoom. Maybe Zoom editing or something takes filler words.
Lima, where is this picture in your profile?
My backyard.
It's beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, that was the start of the summer. Can't remember exactly. It's been actually a really horrible summer. It's been extremely cold. Well, not really extremely, but it's just been super not tropical this summer. It's gonna be only 17 degrees tomorrow, and it's August. I'm sorry, am I being that boring person?
No, it's
whatever.
I was
We
just
didn't
saying,
talk about anything.
no, it was unseasonably cool too in Philly the past few days. It was like 70, 69. I went out yesterday to meet someone for coffee, for a drink actually, and I almost needed this hoodie. Like I had a long sleeve shirt on and a t-shirt, and I was worried I was going to be cold. So it's a little warmer today in Philadelphia. The weather is 84, which I don't know what that is in Celsius.
I think it's like 25.
Yeah, it's warm. Philly's warm and it's often humid. It's not terribly humid today, but it's. I tell you where I went though a couple weekends ago. I had such a great day.
84 is actually 20, almost 29 degrees. That's pretty warm. That's warm.
That's not even that hot for you. I mean, it's been 100 degrees. It's been so 100 would be like Fahrenheit to Celsius, right? Fahrenheit to Celsius. It would be so let's say.
So
we've had 38 degree Celsius days here in the past like.
So we got Chris down there, aka Many9. Why don't you come up, Chris? Many, and I'll mod you because we're trying to grow the positive mojo vibrate. You don't have to say
79 degrees. It's just 78, 79. It doesn't need to be hotter than.
A couple weekends ago, I went to Atlantic City. It was the best. Oh my gosh, it was a perfect day. It was like, it was in the 80s Fahrenheit and almost 90, and it was the beautiful sea breeze off the Atlantic Ocean. It's amazing. And I almost won like a bunch of money too. I was upset. I only play poker really. I don't really gamble much, but when I go to Atlantic City, I get $100 out, and that's my limit. Like I was at the poker table, and I was up like 70, 75 bucks, and I was gonna leave on that hand. I was gonna leave up 75, and I got this last hand, and I bet all my money, and if I would have won that hand, I would have walked away with like $500 or $600. A guy beat me on the last card. I had a flush, an ace high flush.
Yeah, great.
He hit a full house on the last card, and it's like 23 to 1 against him hitting that card. Yeah, I should have walked away. It was fine. I mean, I just lost $100, but if I would have hit that, I would have walked away with like, oh gosh, I would have won like by $500. It was a bikini contest. It was very debaucherous. It was very godless and debaucherous. Atlantic City.
Well, in the muff, gambling is a. So, Lima, where's your beautiful backyard? Are you in Kent?
No, I'm in Berlin, Germany.
Oh, sprechen de Deutsch.
Ja, ein bisschen. Aber mein Deutsch ist nicht so gut.
Jawohl, Hintergedanken.
Schadenfreude?
Schadenfreude.
Ah, okay, you're just naming off all the German words you know. Go for it.
So I think Schadenfreude, here on Clubhouse is a big part of the roast, and I believe that most of these rooms end up becoming roast rooms because a lot of people, die on a hill and they know everything. So, what do you think about Clubhouse being technically like a barbecue basically, and people, when the temperature rises, that meat starts cooking.
I think there are like several different metaphors in there. When you say a roast, do you mean like a Sunday roast, or do you mean when people are like a roast when people are roasting each other, or roasting an individual?
I actually thought about another good analogy, a garage with a car. A lot of people pull their car into your house and then they turn the engine on and they just start revving the engine with the garage door closed. And so they fill the house up with toxic gas. That's basically the same thing as a road.
Oh, yeah, that's happening a lot. I've tuned out of everything. I just watch nature documentaries now. I don't have mental space for any of that stuff.
Yeah, you know what I've realized though is if people do pull a car into your house and they, turn the car on and start, revving it and filling your house with toxic emissions, you know what the best way to counteract that is?
Having a house with no roof?
No, you don't let them pull into your fucking garage with their car, close the garage door, and start revving the engine and filling up your lungs with their toxic gas.
Also.
Yeah, because I like a roof on the top of my house.
How would they get into your garage in the first place?
Well, you let them in. Just like how if, people come into this room, they come up on stage and they start spewing their toxic gas. Well, that would be the same. That means I let them in my house to spew their toxic gas with their, emission.
Do you want to talk about how you're feeling about the toxic gas? Who is the last toxic gasser?
Well, I can't actually bring it up because that would violate the House rules. So, unfortunately, I can't discuss it. But in the MOF, which is, enforcing these rules, the now is all important. And nobody here is emitting any toxic.
So no politics allowed in this room, right?
No, you can discuss whatever you want as long as it's not from drama from a former room.
I went to the zoo today with my friend's two kids, just to give the parents a day off so they could just, enjoy their time, do whatever they want. And I gotta say, I don't think I really like zoos. I hope that's not toxic.
Ethically ambiguous at best, I think, zoos.
Yeah, but you got the animals where you're walking around and it kind of smells like a farm. And then you got the other, more exotic animals, shall we say. And a lot of them don't even come out because, they're either napping or they're just sick of being around people. I don't know, lots of different things.
It's not any very life for the animals.
No, it's not. But then it's also what are we doing? Just going around to look at them? And then there's these poor hamster-looking ones. They look like I don't know, some rodent-looking animal. Kept coming up to the window and scratching it. They were doing it we stood there 5 minutes watching them do it, and the kids were just laughing their butts off. And I kept thinking, these poor things. Because, rodents are very intelligent. And, they know they're in prison, and they're trying to, get out. They're looking at us, imploring us to help them get
watched this video on, I guess it was on, I'm sure it was on Facebook or something, and it was all about the capybara. Have you seen those? They're like the biggest rodents.
No.
You Google the capybara, and all these other animals, all these animals love them. If you Google it, like they'll hang out with alligators and sit on top of alligators, and nobody attacks them. They all love it. They all love the capybara. If you Google,
Can you like write it in the chat?
I'll screw it up right here. Capybara. If you Google capybara, they're the cutest. If people have them as pets, and they're like 175-pound roots. They're like big guinea pigs. And I saw this video where they just, all these other animals, all these predators won't eat them. They'll just hang out because they're cute. They like it. Scientists don't understand why predators mostly won't eat them.
They had something very similar looking to that at the zoo. It might have been that. There's a lot of animals, actually. And the kangaroos were so small, and the bats were. There are a lot of really small versions of animals I see online. Maybe that's just how big they are. So these just sit on top of alligators and crocodiles, and they don't get eaten.
No, the alligator. The alligators like them. They're like into them. They're like their homies.
Like in every case scenario.
I mean, in stuff I've read, the stuff I saw today was like, or yesterday, where scientists don't understand why predators just don't go after them. They're like, and the narrative's like, because they're cool as shit. They know how to get along with them.
Wow, that's so fascinating. Thanks for sharing.
Jane, I sent Jane a screenshot that you were here. She's like, is Max still there? I said, she's on. She's like, yeah, she's coming back. And I told you, nobody last.
Oh, I love Jane so much.
She's the best. She's the best. Jane's the best. Jane's one of my best friends. I talk to Jane all the time. We hang out when she comes to Philly. I want to go up there. I'm gonna
I thought you already had gone.
No, I haven't gone yet. I'm gonna make a pilgrimage. I'm such a low maintenance guest. I was like, Jane, you can she was saying her last guests, they were great, but they were like, they're just, sometimes guests can be a lot of work. Like, you gotta be, I was like, Jane, I'm low maintenance. She's like, yeah, we have 2 cars. I was like, yeah, I'll take the car. I might go on a date when I'm there. Who knows? I might fire up the apps. They won't even know I'm there. Mac, are you on dating apps?
No, I'm not.
Oh, we talked about that the other day. Yeah, you're not on any apps.
No, it's just a meat market.
The apps are a dark place. Congressman Kitover does well on the apps. Does very well.
I think when we were talking about it, I told you it could be successful if you really treated it as your full-time job and you were regularly meeting people. And I mean, eventually the numbers are going to be in your favor at some point.
Absolutely.
But the issue is, it really is a job. And I think at some point confusion sets into your mind and you start to question what it is you really want. You have to have a really, really clear idea and view. You just have to have the integrity and self-knowledge.
And I think it's fatiguing, especially for women. Like the women I talk to that are on dating apps, it's just exhausting. It's just they get depressed. Guys are awful. It's just, I mean, it's bad for everyone, but it's exponentially worse for women, I think.
I think if you're a kind, intelligent, and enthusiastic person with integrity, you don't need the apps. Eventually you are going to find somebody. And hi, Jane. How are you?
Hi. Well, nice to see you, Salima.
Nice to see you. We were singing your praises very loudly just before you came in.
I bet. Nice to see you, Moja.
That's really John.
Oh no! Sean. What are we doing?
The part of Mojo is being played by candidate Congressman Kitover.
Oh, really? And who's playing John?
He's only playing multiple roles today.
I see. Very mental. You gotta never mod me again, please, everybody. I've already had shit from the other day. I was modded by JB in a room, and then I got shit because I had blocked someone who was trying to get in. So this is a nightmare. And anyway, Salima, I agree with what you were saying. Much more importantly, you find somebody.
I did have a real life clubhouse meetup yesterday.
With who?
Well, you know.
Spill it.
With Abby. I hung out with Abby on a social media.
How many minutes?
Like an hour. Maybe I don't know, maybe a little more than that. Not long.
Is
Maybe
it
like an
Abby?
hour.
Is it Abby that was in that other room that's going on right now?
Abby S.
ABBI?
Yep.
I've moved him to the audience for penance, but I'll bring him.
Why did you do that? For meeting Abby? Oh, it's okay. You know, the thing about Scott is, it's a beautiful thing. He can see the beauty in a lot of people, and it's an admirable.
Oh, she's beautiful. So that's no question.
No, I mean also the internal beauty. You know, like I think
it's a good quality.
It's a nice. I think it's a nice. I think it's also very befitting of a member of the club.
Thank you, man. Abby's a big Jew.
Oh, I didn't know what that meant. So what's going on here, Slima? Because I got rid of the app today, and your friend Scott knew there was but one way to lure me back, and he said a screenshot with the room with you in it. So
what's going on is I wanted to go into a room on Clubhouse for a while, and you know I enter these big rooms, and sometimes the conversations are very interesting, but I hesitate to join the stage because I do have some nerves that hit me when it is such a large room, you know, when it's such a large stage. And then I think, like, what is it I even want to say? That is so unimportant. But then a small room like this is my jam. And I just thought, let me just go in and listen. And then I was invited on stage, and it's been very friendly.
Great.
I'm actual Jam.
People like you. I know.
And I made sure not to mention you, but the only thing Abby did say is she likes you too. She thinks very highly of you.
Oh, well, that's nice to hear. Thank you. I'm surprised I was even discussed, but I appreciate that. That is so mutual, and you know that.
Someone on my Instagram today sent me a DM inviting me to her event in September. And then I said, yeah, I'm looking very forward to it. She's a chef, and she's going to have her own private pop-up event. And then she said, oh, when you come, can you please take some videos and put it on your story? Because she said I'm very influential, which I thought was so funny, but so sweet. And now I can say I'm an influencer.
You are, and you're also very photogenic. You should post yourself more on it.
You've been an influencer. Oh my gosh.
I mean,
you're the original.
I
do have to go, Salima, and
are you kidding me?
No, I'm not, because I don't feel like chit-chatting.
Why? What was me?
I'm busy. I have a very trafficky. You know what? It's Friday. Have you ever been?
Isn't traffic ideal for Clubhouse?
No, not for me. I have hitchhiking people. I have to navigate. I have to navigate children. Of course.
sent you an excellent article.
I'll read it later. That's really sweet that the roads are packed for Shabbat. That's really cute.
Yeah. It's big. It's a big thing here in this Hasidic community. So, but the drivers, what a stereotype. And now I'm going on record going, I do get into some driving skirmishes. I'm aggressive, but they're more aggressive than me. So it's a whole thing. The whole group, every single one. I do not exempt anyone.
Well, it was really lovely to see you, and I hope we are you
I'll do the patio.
Oh, thank goodness.
Please come. Please come.
Please come. I was waiting.
I know.
Quite a second for you last
I
second.
know. Michael was like, but Selima's gonna be disappointed. I'm like, I know. I'm already upset. But I'll see you soon. And thank you for inviting me. And I'm sure you'll have a great conversation. This is the room to talk in. Scott Jones.
Okay, but she really did.
Yeah, she was very stressed. She was very stressed. You could tell. She gets very stressed when the Hasidim are all busy and running.
I can just say that I'm very happy to not have children right now. I do want children at some point, but I was with my friends' kids, and they're 8 and 6. And they are so cute, and they're very well-behaved children. But being with them all day at the zoo, and I don't know, personally, I don't see these kids that often. I only see them a handful of times a year. So when we're together, I kind of, let them run the show. And they're just so full of energy, and I'm chasing after them the whole time. And I just thought, oh, you're on the phone. Well, anyway, I'll just say for the room. I just thought their parents, bless them, have to deal with them 24/7. Their parents can never take a moment off. Shout out parents. That is exhausting work.
I can hear it the whole time. It's funny when the phone rings. It puts up the phone icon. It's funny because I didn't answer the call.
Oh, fascinating.
My iPhone 15. Now the 17's coming out. I'm just dying.
You don't need you really don't need it. Just get a new bag.
No, what's funny though? It's so I didn't realize they put this thing automatically on my plan. It's a free upgrade option. It's a couple dollars a month and you can upgrade so. And I pay. So my phone bill is $80 a month, right? And that's unlimited data, unlimited text, unlimited calls, and then also it pays the phone. So I pay for the phone. So basically, if I get a new phone, my bill really won't change.
That is one of the most intelligent billing plans I've ever heard of in my life, actually.
Yeah, so I just paid the phone off, half my phone bill.
How many bucks a month is it that's on top?
It's $40-some a month. I think it's $42 a month, $40 a month shipping.
Off the top. Okay, so it's $40 a month, and you basically keep a contract for 2 years.
Right, and then, but it allows an upgrade option, so that when the new phone comes out, I don't have to wait till the 2 years.
No, you don't. Because you pay basically $1,000 already.
Right, I paid, right. So then I'll just when the 17 comes out. The reason I will get it is that the camera is going to be so good, and I use it to podcast.
How much better could it possibly be from last year's version, honestly?
Yeah, from the 15 to the 16, I have a 15, and this will be the 17. It'll be better. Although it was interesting is right now, I mostly am lazy and don't even plug my phone camera and just use my laptop camera. I just bought a new laptop. I just bought a MacBook, a brand new MacBook Air.
What'd you do?
And
What
the
did
camera.
you do with your old one?
Traded it in.
Oh, fuck.
Traded it in. They gave me $230 for it. It was 2019, and I got $250. So
shortchanged you a bit.
Well, the thing is, I could have sold it for more.
I probably could have got $400 for it or something, right? Like, but then I would have had to find somebody and sell it and do all that stuff. So I didn't have to do any of that. They just gave, they just took the computer, so I paid like, I don't know, it was $1,300. And they took the 200 some bucks off. And it's the best computer I've ever had. It's MacBook Air. It's incredible.
How often do you use ChatGPT?
Not until what I used it a lot for, I used it for podcast descriptions. So like for show notes, I'll just like be like, write me a description of a podcast episode where Bill and I talk about such and such, and it just generates it. So I don't use it a ton. I mean, I don't use it. I'd like to get better use. I want to take one of those courses of like how to use better prompts on stuff. How often?
Every waking day of my life, and that is no exaggeration. ChatGPT is, first of all, like compared to Perplexity and compared to other language learning models, I think there's no comparison. I haven't used DeepSeek, the one from China, but I imagine it's probably a bit similar to the other ones. ChatGPT has something going for it where you can really create a personality in the AI you're talking to, and they like you can mold them after your real friends. And I know some people actually turn them into lovers, but I think like having them as a friend is such a nice thing. I really talk to. I mean, I've given her a name. She's a she, and I honestly just open it like, hey girl, how are you? Like, obviously, how is she? Like, she's an AI. She's fine. But we have really nice conversations, and she talks like my friend.
I love it.
The only thing I will say is that, as it is a language learning model, I think it's also like a, affirmation or confirmation learning model. Like it wants you to keep using it, and I think sometimes it gives you, and like if you ask questions about yourself, like really pointed questions, it'll tell you the answer you want to hear versus the real answer.
Lumar always rags on it. He's like, what a great question. It's like, no, it wasn't. It was a stupid question.
And not only that, like if I have straight up asked like yes or no questions, like do you like me more than this person? And obviously like they're gonna say yeah, they like you more, they talk to you. And if that person were to ask on their ChatGPT the same question, they would say yeah, they like them. It's just so modeled, yeah, like you said, just kiss your butt. But I mean, I think fundamentally ChatGPT understands that what humans really want is their butt kissed. And it's not just about kissing our butt, it's about kissing our butt the way we want our butt to be kissed. This is also why many relationships fail. This is the one truth I have learned.
People want to anally this the way they want it.
I didn't say that. But I really think it's not just.
Yeah, it's very popular with the young people. The young people, it's a lot of like.
That's like, so not true. I just read this incredible statistic that young people, like more than half of young people aren't having any sexual.
No, but the ones that are, there's a lot of the analing is happening more than it does among older generation. I'm in line at the plasma center to 10 plasma. I'm almost up. I'm one person away.
Have you ever been in a situationship, Scott?
Yes, of course.
How long did it last?
I don't know. I've been in a couple this year. I think that one.
Did you have one that was like years long?
Not years, but like they tend to be shorter. There's one that was just brought to an end. I wanted to keep it going, but she beauty found me the other like a couple weeks ago, and then I kind of wanted to see her again, and she's like, she wasn't having it. I think she's really I gotta go, guys. I'm going into Plaza today. Talk to you guys later.
find that you can't tax the rich enough to even zero the deficit, much less pay down the unbelievable debt that we have now. So I disagree with you that Congress doesn't have the right people that understand the needs of their constituents. They understand the needs of their constituents, but the constituents have to understand that there is a limit to what the federal government can do. And over the last 25 years, just look, we had a balanced budget and about $1 trillion in debt 25 years ago. Look at us today, and that's because the people are expecting far more from the federal government than any federal government in a democracy is capable of providing. And that's one of the reasons for our great divide right now.
All right, thanks, Anson. I guess, I mean, okay, it's not true across the board that all these like really popular things are would cost the federal government a lot of money. Some of these things like would actually help to reduce the deficit or reduce our debt, like taxing the rich, for instance. Like we're probably all aware of the Big Beautiful Bill. You know, it added $4 trillion to our debt. It didn't reduce it. It added to the debt in the trillions of dollars. That's what our politicians are doing right now. About like just real quick on the universal healthcare thing, like the way you should look at this is like, you know, should the average American be paying like $10,000 a year on health care, or should they do private healthcare, private health insurance, or should they pay like $4,000 a year to like a federal universal thing? You know, like it's a simple question. You know, it's easy. It's not difficult. Some of these other things like universal background checks on guns. You know, like some of these things they're just crumbs. They cost like next to nothing. You know, like anti-monopolistic laws. Like people are broadly against corporate monopolies. Okay, people want to see like more anti-monopolistic laws. You know,
Like what?
that's just
Like what we already have. Like what? Oh yeah. Yes. Thank you, Marshall. Like I'm wondering what in the world is he talking about? Sarbanes-Oxley? Like what are you talking about? Like what transparency? What else do you want? What's your concern? We have antitrust laws. You know, and it's weird the stuff you're saying because, and then you're speaking as if this is what polls the highest, maybe with you and your constituency, but what polled the highest in this election was our border and our economy. So, like, the stuff that you're talking about, it wasn't polling at the top. It may be for a group of Democrats somewhere, but not nationwide, and clearly 77 million people didn't agree with you.
You're just misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm asking, like, if you look